to the stage. Whoo, you are live. What is going on, guys? So sorry, man. Anyways, let's get into it right away. Jeez, so much going on. I know you guys can't smell me, but I still feel like I have to shower. You know what I mean? I don't know what it is. I feel like I have to shower always. And then, of course, I had to pray with the family, not letting that go. But just a whole bunch of stuff. Anyways, guys, let's jump right in as we always do. Buymeacoffee.com/Coach Colin. I don't even have my phone. Where's I can't put the link in for you guys. I can put the link up, but I can't pin it. Oh my gosh. We're all afraid here. I'm going to tell my wife to get it for me. Like I'm Andrew Wilson. You see that clip? Like I'm Andrew Wilson. I'm going to go yell at my wife right now to go get my phone. Honey, I need your help. Can you get my phone? I don't know. I think it's in the washroom. Can you get it? Okay. All right. She said yes. There you go. Someone said, and the coffee. No. The coffee's right here. It's fine. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. So sorry about that, honey. Thank you so much. Buymeacoffee.com/Coach Colin. Let's jump in. It is a funny day. We're on Spotify as well. It is a funny day, but also it's like pretty crazy that this is going on right now. What's going on right now with Gary? Oh, thank you so much. See, I can't pin your thing. Holy Fire Luna posted it. Oh, you found it. Thank you so much. I love you. Okay, bye. Oh my gosh. So sorry, honey. She's like dealing with two kids, and then I'm like the third kid. I'm like, hey, I don't know where my thing is. Can you find my thing for me? Just oh my gosh. Anyways, it is a weird thing. What's going on with Gary? What's going on with Shill Team 6? What's going on with all these people who are now admitting what they were doing? And they're acting like, what? You guys didn't know? Like, I don't understand. What's the big deal? And it's like, oh yeah, whoop whoop. Let's go. Now we're there. You see, you're right. Someone reminded me. Now order has been restored. Now I'm good. I don't have my socks on, and I don't like that. I don't like that at all, but it's fine. It's fine. Headphones. Now we're good. Now we're good. You guys did it. Let's just jump right in. This is an odd one, but someone said explained it so perfectly. I did. I joined the church you go to just to learn from the person that brought you to religion, especially with that kind of perspective. And it's something I said here when I was talking to Wendy, I think.
This comment is exactly why I don't follow religion. Coach Colin's response is based, to say the least.
Who are you, Wendy? I feel like I've had this talk with you before, Wendy. Haven't we had this talk? Maybe it's a different Wendy. Don't tell me what to do, okay? Don't tell me what to do, and don't tell me how to talk, okay? Just don't. Don't bother. Don't try it. You're the same type of Christianity that Rob McCoy is, and it's gross. There you go. This guy says he is not a part of organized religion because of the way that woman was speaking, the way so many people speak and think in regards to religion, trying to twist it for their own narrative, for their own good. And I hope that this guy finds Christ. I mean, a guy named Joel Witten of the Witten family is actually the one that brought me to Christ. I gave my life to Christ in front of him. He connected me to a Christian men's group. I have socks. I can't put them on right now. She brought me another pair of socks. So that is how I came to Christ. But, I hope that you do come to Christ. So you realize that there are Christians like me who don't go for all that nonsense and don't like that holier than thou stuff. I hope you find Christ. And I hope you watch the show, and I hope that helps bring you closer to Christ. But I said I had to talk about that first and foremost because I thought that was very important. But now let's jump into what's more important. Did you do a background check on him? No, I haven't. Haven't cared much to. Kind of insulting. Here's some additional profiles, though. Had those profiles just sitting there. It's funny that we look at Gary worse than we look at this lady because she just disappeared. It's very interesting. But Gary actually admitted to doing the background checks. I was saying allegedly with this text message. I made sure to say allegedly over and over and over again. I said maybe she made it up. Maybe it's not actually true, etc., etc. Trying to be very charitable to the Kandahar Giants, Dr. Kandahar, as he's fondly known. And someone said we should start a group chat. No, absolutely not. I mean, I have a Discord, but I don't want it to turn into that kind of group chat. I think that's gross. It's just gross stuff. Anyway, so it's real. It's real. He verified that when he was in a someone said the Beret Andrew/Andrew's wife segment going to be fired. Well, I've already talked about Andrew's wife. I mean, she's an odd one, right? But he did admit it. Like I said, he has confessed, and it was in a spaces that he was hosting called Protecting Erica Kirk 92, the cabal against Candace Owens. I didn't even read that properly. I thought for sure he was saying the Candace Owens cabal. So you're just straight up saying you're the cabal? That's where we're at? He's just saying, hey, we're the cabal. We're against Candace Owens. Wow. That is wild. I can't believe that. So, yeah, someone said so he's admitting he's the cabal. This is crazy. I had no idea. Because when I read, I'm like dyslexic and stuff. I read things backwards and stuff. I just saw cabal, Candace Owens. I'm like, he's calling Candace Owens a cabal. Okay, whatever. That's exactly where my mind went. 100%. No. Oh man, that is just gross. That's gross. Very gross. I mean, already admitted, has contracts with the DOD. Graham admits he works with the Pentagon. Graham Allen, very kind of evaporated from this whole thing. You notice that? I don't see much from Graham Allen right now. It kind of went low. Very odd, especially as all this stuff got exposed, I bet he jumped out of a group chat or two. I bet that's what happened with Graham. Laying very low. So I guess, okay, they're the cabal. Let's get into this first clip where he is lecturing everybody. Graham was, oh, yeah. She said he was outed as gay. Yeah, he disappeared after that. And I mean, he wasn't outed as gay, but he was doing, suspect things. You remember. I did the whole segment. You guys remember the pictures. Okay. There's a few guys that wanted to blow his back out. I mean, it's no secret. It's fine. But but he disappeared after that. Dang. I didn't even realize that. Graham has taken Charlie's place on the road. Well, that's just not true. What are you talking about? Do you know how many clips you would see of that if Graham had replaced her? You know how many clips there would be? Do you know how many clips there would be? I'm going to it right now so I can just get proven wrong. 100%. Charlie Kirk show. All right. Well, there's nothing there. Okay. Turning Point. Let's go Turning Point. Turning Point USA. Oh, well, I haven't seen that. Okay. Oh my God. Well, aren't you correct? Oh my goodness. We will look at that later. All right. Anyway, let's play this clip. This is Gary lecturing everybody about not to dox people. How great is that?
That's, or on the Candace side, or even in politics on the left. There's 30% Democrats, vote blue no matter who. There's another percentage of Republicans, vote red, always against the blue. And then there's that middle, that large middle, which is that actually decides elections. And there's a huge middle that might be reached that really don't have all this time that we do to look into these things. They don't know too much about what Candace is doing, etc. So if it's put on a big platform and it gets out there, I think it's a very good thing. And also, it's about time that somebody called Candace out on the carpet. I have never seen anything like this, man. I have never seen anything like it. Dragging a widow through the mud for any reason. And like Stealth said, it's right there in the Bible. And these people call themselves Christians. Christ is king. And they exhibit none of those qualities of Christians. None. Especially Candace and some of her hardcore followers. So I just wanted to thank you again for having this space. Thank you for letting me talk, Gary.
Yeah, no, my pleasure. I do think it needs to be discussed.
I love when people say, you know, they're not showing, like they are talking like they're not Christian, and yet they're telling you how Christians should be somehow. It's like, hey, stick to your own religion. Hey man, go check out your own religion. You're saying it says it in the Bible. Hey, you don't read the Bible, man. You're not Christian. Don't worry about it. It's okay. Go worship whatever you worship. Golden calf type. Go do your thing. Okay. Don't worry about what we're doing.
And again, I mean, it should be real simple. Keep other people's families out of it. Stay substantive. If there's somebody making claims that are relative to the discussion and you need to research them and say, again, I think Leah Files is a great example. That chick was not in the intelligence business. She just wasn't. There is no evidence of that whatsoever. And there's a lot of evidence against it, as a matter of fact. And she's built a reputation and is monetizing that. I feel the same thing about Baron Coleman, and we can get into those things. But again, what we should be doing, you don't think I can find Coleman's address? You better believe I can. I wouldn't do that to him, even though I think that he's despicable, because his family's involved. They shouldn't be spreading around pictures.
I mean, just stop him right there. First off, he says, you think I can't find Baron Coleman's address? That's a very weird thing to say. Also, he literally posted. It's crazy to me because in this spaces, he does talk about me. He posts my childhood area. He doesn't get the address right because he can't. Okay, but he wanted to. Okay, while we were having this back and forth, he wanted to get my specific address. He couldn't, so he posted exactly what he could. And he was trying to show people exactly where I live. Now, he was completely wrong, which is good, but he was posting an address. So for him to even say this is just crazy. It's just so silly. Now he's lecturing people about what is the do's and don'ts of doxing people.
Of my family. They shouldn't be posting my address, but they don't have any problems doing this. And the moment that even a whisper of it comes from our side, even though it's completely unfounded, suddenly it's, World War III, and it's the biggest thing ever. So I'm just sick of the hypocrisy. Let's just all agree that we stay on substance here and quit with the doxing and some of these other underhanded or even making allegations that people are paid. Like that's just nonsense. I've never said that Candace is paid by anyone other than Candace. Like the incentive is already there. It's built into this. I'm not paid by TPUSA. I'm not paid by the freaking DOD to freaking do anything regarding any sort of messaging or whatever else. I sold them some gear, plain and simple. And you they don't even attack me on the substance of what I say because there is nothing to attack. I've always said the truth. And when I've changed my mind, I've explained why I changed my mind. And it only happened really once. And that was a long evolution of things, which, by the way, Candace Owens and everybody else has changed their mind 50 times because they've all put 50 theories forward, but somehow that's not a problem. But if I change my mind one time and go from, hey, you know what? I think that it's unlikely that there would be an exit wound. Well, then guess what? Then I go and do a bunch of research and I find, well, you know what? It's a lot more likely than people say it is. So anyways, just tired of the hypocrisy. I think this could have been a productive, and that's where I started out. I think this could have been a productive discussion debate, but it was her side that devolved this and now implicating people, even me. Candace has indirectly implicated me into this, that I am part of covering up a crime. She's accusing me of a crime on a national level. That's just not happening. I'm sick of it. And it's because I've proven time and time again that she's wrong and that she's lied.
Gary, she's calling people Jewish terrorists.
Mitch, go ahead, bud.
You know, if I have to choose which side I'm on, the side that is going after, literally, and I'm not exaggerating, I've known for a fact that there are teams of these lunatics going to hunt for the grave of Charlie Kirk. There are people who've harassed restaurant owners, police officers. They even found some guy that was wearing a backpack.
Harass police officers. What are you talking about? Hey, that's how you get arrested. What are you talking about? That's not a thing. This is just not a thing. You harass an officer, it's hands behind your back, and it's aggressively bent over on a car hood, handcuffed, thrown into the back seat of a police car. That's usually how that ends if you're harassing a police officer. And honestly, people want to know where Charlie's buried. They don't really want to know where Charlie's buried. People want to know if he's buried. People just want to know what happened around that, you know, because a lot of incredible, Candace has talked about this, a lot of incredible people have passed away, and you know where they're buried, and you actually see the whole funeral. Now, if they don't want to do that, that's one thing. Okay, Erica already said that. She just wants one thing. You know, she showed you his hands when he was in a coffin, and she kissed them and everything. You got to see that, and that's all you get. That's all you get. We didn't realize that. We thought we were going to get more when we saw the hands being kissed. We thought for sure we were going to see everything else, but I guess not. But all in all, Gary is letting us know, you know, you can't do that type of stuff. And it's our quote unquote side that devolved it into this. Yeah, it's very interesting the way that whole thing works, because I didn't devolve it into anything. Not at all. I talked about Gary, you know, because it was very weird, everything that was going on with him. And months ago, when I would talk about him, I'd be like, I don't know. It seems like there's some kind of group and it seems coordinated, but I don't know. And I can't really tell, but I see them all do the same thing at the same time. And now there is a spaces where it says he's literally calling him like there's some kind of band, like there's some kind of group protecting Erica Kirk 92. They're literally calling themselves the 92. Some of them are actually going into their profiles and calling themselves Agent hashtag 004 or whatever. You know, they're naming when they join the group, like I'm number 5, I'm number 10, I'm number 9. But before it was all fake, you know, it was all fake just a second ago. I don't know what happened. Anyway, we move on. Okay, so that was Gary's lecture to let us know you shouldn't do this. Again, I will say, in a casual conversation, I think with Billy Webb, I'm pretty sure, in a casual conversation, he dropped, which was nothing. It was like an Instagram thing. It was like 2 Instagram things, and he called me like satanic. And all the Christians jumped in, and they were like, you have no idea, you know, what Christ does. And, you know, all the Christians jumped in, and they were like, buddy, this is not how this works. You know, like, we're forgiven by the grace of God, and we have Christ. And, you know, once you repent and change your life, it was a whole thing, but it was great. But again, he posted the actual area, this childhood area that I lived in once, you know, just the mass area. And on top of that, it was some kind of weird, I don't know if it was like a walking app or a running app, because I used to run a lot when I was younger. I used to run a whole bunch, but it was a tracking of me. It wasn't just like an area where he was like, I think he's here. It was an actual tracking of me that he found and posted. I mean, talk about like, I don't know, like, you can't do stuff like that. Can't do stuff like that. It was an actual tracking of me. It's crazy. It's so weird. Okay. And then he actually admits to it.
Let's talk about truth, since you brought up.
I still haven't answered because I can't think of anything.
So let's talk about truth, because you've been very adamant about like people lying and that you guys and you're telling all the truth. So can you just tell the audience here the truth? Did you attempt to get a background check or ask for a background check on Coach Colin?
No.
That's a no. That's a no, right? Okay. So he said no. Okay.
Okay, fine. What?
she had done a background check. And by the way, I have attempted to run a background check on Coach Colin.
No, I haven't. And then he says, well, no, I asked her if she ran a background check on Coach Colin. And as a matter of fact, I have ran a background check on Coach Colin. What the fuck? Hey, man. Hey, you can't. I don't know how you managed to make 3 answers out of 1 question. I don't know how you did that. He answered every single way you could have answered. Every single. So it's a 33D chess. He answered every single way you could answer. He said, no. Then he said, well, I asked her if she did. And you know what? Yes. What? Hey, man, come on. What are you doing here? What are you doing here? Yeah, sorry. I had to jump away just to show this, because the text he's talking about is between this lady. So he's saying, no, I just asked her. You're asking her to do it. Clearly. That and the thing about this is, before I switch back over to there, he asked her. Someone said, Gary wants you, coach. Well, you know what they say about redheads. I mean, I don't know if you heard what they say about redheads. They say they're from Kandahar and they stink. That's what they say. I don't make the rules. I didn't make that up. In this picture, she is displaying that he is asking for a background check on me. Not that he's just asking if she did one. He's asking her to do that. And Candace actually sent me the full context of this shot. And yeah, he is asking her to do that. He's not asking her if she did that. He knows this. And that's why he went back on that answer, because he went, oh yeah, it's out there now. Like, people actually know that I did this. I've seen it at least 20 times. Diligent put it out there and tagged him, and then he put it back out there and he forgot. He's like, oh yeah, I posted the screenshot myself as well. Oh, hold on. So yes, I did. So crazy. Which is just wild. So she just had so much information on me. Why did she have the information on me? He's talking to her privately. I don't even know if you guys could hear that because I forgot to switch over. Why did she have so much information on me? This lady that's on the screen here, right? Shady lady Katie. Okay. Why did she have all this information? Well, she had all this information because people were asking for it. In a group that's about protecting Erica Kirk, and all of them are saying that they got together because of Candace Owens and what Candace Owens was saying about Erica Kirk, her series, Bride of Charlie, all of these things. Why would all of a sudden someone be like, hey, check out, I have all this information on Coach Colin? That doesn't make any sense at all. There's a whole conversation that he's having outside of the group with this lady to find information on me. And he's trying to stick it on this lady because she's gone rogue and she's also disappeared. And nobody's even knows what happened to her at all. They have no clue. And then one of the best parts here, one of the absolute best parts here. Is there something illegal about running background checks on random people? Well, I guess not really. I guess not. I don't know. I get someone just said towards what he was saying. Isn't running a background check on someone a crime? Yeah, depending on what you're doing it for, right? He acts like it's just for personal intel, but like, why would you need my personal information at all? I haven't said anything that's illegal. I haven't said anything that's radicalized. I don't say anything to radicalize people. Literally just make jokes, but I make a lot of jokes about him. So is this a personal thing? So you're just trying to find my information for personal reasons? What were you going to do if I was closer to you? Which I'm at, which, not exactly extreme. Well, I'm not going to do what he does, but he already put it out publicly. He put it out publicly, just like I've put it out publicly before. He told Mitch Snow in that conversation that's out there that he consented for Mitch Snow to actually post publicly that he has ties to Texas, because that's where his, I don't know if it's ex-wife or whatever. He said he had some issues with his children, his family, and his children being hidden from him by his wife, probably because he's just a great guy. It does happen. It does happen, So what were you going to do if we were like in the same vicinity and you found out we were in the same vicinity? What were you going to do just for personal reasons? Anyway. Very, very interesting. Let me see here if we can move this a little bit. Let me see here. Why does it keep doing this with the time? X spaces are so weird when it comes to this stuff. Someone says he's a booty band. Oh, I hope not. That would be terrifying, I have to say. I'm bigger than he is, but still, it's terrifying, When someone wants to punch you in the face, it's one thing, When they're trying to get behind you, you know what I mean? They're trying to give you a little prolapse. That's a whole different thing. That's a whole different type of terror. You understand? You know what I mean? When someone comes to you with their fists up, you know how to handle that. When someone walks up to you and they're like undoing their pants, that's a whole other thing. You're just like, hold on a second. What do I do in this situation? Right? Because now you're in a situation where you're like, I don't want to touch this guy, and this guy wants to touch me. You don't know what to do, because now if you touch him, you're giving him what he wants. So it's a lady said the power of Christ compels him. Yeah, right. Let's see here.
But let's talk about truth, since you brought up.
I still haven't answered because I can't think of anything.
So let's talk about truth, because you've been very adamant about like people lying and that you guys are okay. Fine. What?
She had done a background check. And by the way, I have attempted to run a background check on Coach Colin. I don't know what your problem with that is. What I asked her in that text was, did you do a background check? Because she had so much information on him. She said, hey, I know. I was like, did you do a background check? That was a question. Yeah, and I have tried to run a background check on Coach Colin.
Why? And then he goes on to say, I live in Tennessee. So here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. He goes on to say that I live in Tennessee. So he tells people, listen, you shouldn't be bringing up people's information. You shouldn't be doing this type of stuff. But then also goes on this spaces where there was like 8,900 people tuned in, and then goes on to tell them that I live in Tennessee. It's just like when Rob McCoy, just yesterday when we were playing that clip, Rob McCoy tells the pastor that he's talking to, like the pastor doesn't know. He says, you live 15 miles away from Candace. It's like, why are you saying that? What are you trying to do? Also wrong. I don't live in Tennessee. It's just crazy. And honestly, I think he's putting that out there because he actually does know where I am, and he's trying to put out there that he is that he's dumb, but he actually does know where I'm at 100%. That's what I think. That's what I think. And I would say in very I think appropriate form, if anything were to happen to me, I think that's the first person to look into. It's the only person I know of that's attempting to do background checks. If anything were to happen to me, I would say look into him first, 100%, and anyone he's adjacent to. Of course. Doing background checks for what? For what? For what reason? Anyway. So, that is Gary, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. A retard all his own. Okay. But that's what's happening with me. this whole group, this whole 92 is starting to fall apart. Like I showed you guys yesterday, I don't know who was here with us while we were talking about this, but there was a cease and desist that was put out there by Angela Griffiths. I don't know how to say that. She's a functional medicine practitioner, apparently, which I do respect. I love functional medicine practitioners. Somebody said, someone said they're checking your backgrounds. Hide your cheeks. Someone said, don't say that. I'll say it. Listen, I'll say it 100 times if you tell me not to say it. Don't tell me what to say. Okay. Come from the 90s. Okay. Believe you me. In the 90s, when we called someone gay, it wasn't because they like to get their backs blown out. It was because they rollerbladed. And if you called someone retarded, it was because they were your friend and they were saying something stupid. Okay. Had nothing to do with what was going on in their brain or anything they've been diagnosed with. Come back to the 90s with me, guys. I'm tired of these 2000 kids who were born in the 2000s. Come back to 1992 with me, guys. Okay. Where people understood things. Come on back with me. All right. Come on back. Let's go to 1991, guys. Come on back. Come on. Jeez. It's because they rollerbladed, man. That's why you said it to them. They came up with rollerblades and they were like, hey, what's going on? And you're just like, what are you, gay? That's it. That's all it was, man. Everybody makes it about everything else nowadays. Jeez. Come back to the VHS times, guys. Good Lord. Quit acting. So, I guess I guess you're born in the 2000s, 1999, 2004, for God's sakes. Like, wow. I guess you don't know, but geez, come on back, man. We were having a good time back then. There was barely anything you could say where somebody would be like, you don't talk like that. There was barely anything. Anyway, we were still watching reruns of Archie Bunker back then. We were just a bunch of meatheads back then, Anyway, this person tried to put a cease and desist out. I just found it really funny. It's really stupid. It's towards Candace and Barron and others. I'm not named in it. Thank God. I guess they don't want me to stop saying what I'm saying because I'm a fun time. It's cute when I do it. Not when Barron does it. Not when Candace does it. It's not cute when they do it. It's cute when I do it. So it's like remove all altered and selective edited recordings of my voice, cease using recordings, this, that. You know what this is like? Do you know, like when people would post things on Facebook, they would like repost, it'd be like repost, because a law is coming in Facebook and they'd be like, I do not consent to XYZ. And this is exactly the type of energy that this has. Like, you can't, this is not how this works. And I'm only showing you guys this again because Daisy ended up commenting on it. And oh gosh, when you get a lesson from Daisy on this type of thing, right? Not only is this not how cease and desist work, it's so blatantly AI slop. The fact that this was posted with so much bravado, and certainty is a perfect example of how our society is slowly devolving into a cesspool of pigeon-brained, chronically online trolls. I thought she was going to say chronically ill. I would suggest engaging in an actual lawyer on this subject, but I fear you would be laughed out of the room after losing a few $100s on the consult. Rest assured, you can sleep soundly tonight knowing that virtually none of us people who have ever thought about you, nor will be disseminating any defamatory content about you. None of you are the victim. It would be tragically unwise to start acting like one. And that is what I'm getting to next. These people are acting like they're the victims in this whole thing. And it is so crazy to me. I'm just going to say 92 shills. 92 shills. So sad. Why so sad? I'm just going to say that. Okay. That's what I'm going to call this next segment here, because now they are going into absolute victim mode for some reason. And I know why. because Candace Owens started talking about them, and things get rough when Candace Owens starts talking about you. So yeah, and it's gaslighting. It's absolutely ridiculous. I can't wait to show you this one tweet. This one girl who's inside of this thing, she had a complete meltdown on X. I mean, do not miss this. She had a complete meltdown on X and is just yelling at Candace and calling her a useless HWORE and all sorts of stuff. It's so crazy. She just goes nuts. Bunch of shillbillies, bunch of shilly gooses, you know. Anyway, let's jump into Candace's clip right now. Let's listen.
Heim Braverman, and he is in prison. You can look that up. The media did not want to cover it, but we did put a would-be Jewish terrorist in prison. Now we discovered that a Jewish woman put together this group, and she has been very involved on pro-Israel causes long before Charlie was assassinated. And there are 92 members, and they are looking for now personal information, which is why this woman excused herself from the group and said, seems to me to be getting dangerous. And so we will be filing something, and we have found out more information about other group members. But at the same time, all got exposed this weekend. And I got to tell you, the backstory of this is just pointedly hilarious. So I used to work at the Daily Wire, obviously didn't end well. And they had a very bizarre super fan community, meaning it was just kind of weird that anybody would dedicate this much time to podcasters. And it turned out that the then CEO flew these people out to the Daily Wire to meet these super fans. And then obviously that made them even crazier. I always assumed that these were young women because it gave me Taylor Swift's fan club, and why I always critique her when she's dealing with these prepubescent teens that will literally kill for her. And she says something like, I didn't get my master's. She has to be careful with that because these people's brains aren't developed. So my assumption was that this account, No Soup for Knowles, was a young person who got obsessed and then got more obsessed because they're using an avatar that looks like this, and got more obsessed with the Daily Wire.
As you can see, exactly what I said. Let me make that bigger. She has now named herself Agent Number 4 of 92. If you can see right there, that is what she has named herself. So wild. And one of her accolades is that she's been blocked by Candace Owens. I mean, just very, very weird. Even made her avatar. This wasn't her avatar all the time. She made it into an actual agent. Is that where we're going? Is this where we're going, really? Is this where we're going? We're going to a place where it's oh, you want to know about that island? You're an idiot. Oh, you weakling who you want to still know about these people on this island. I can't believe you. What do you mean you want to see redacted names? What are you talking about? Who cares about this? And then all the shills come out and they're like, wow, I really don't care about that island stuff anymore. I think we just need to move on. I mean, then Charlie gets murked out. He's gone now. And they're just like, wow, so this is a great unifier. It should be great for midterms. Let's stop talking about what happened to Charlie and let's just unify for midterms. Is this really where it's at? Where we're getting to the point where people are just like, I'm a part of the cabal. I work for the Pentagon. Hey, and their audiences are like, yes, cabal. Just a few years ago, they told us the cabal wasn't real. And now ex-military guys are like, this is a cabal that we have here, all of us together. Huh? What? You can't even say it's a joke. That's like being like, hey guys, all of us here, all of us Satanists here. No, I'm not calling myself a Satanist, not even as a joke. What are you talking about? You joke about stuff like that long enough, that's what you become. What are you talking about? Because I know that's what Gary would say. I'm joking about being a cabal. It's just 92 of us here, and we're all conspiring and doing background checks on people. And ultimately, we probably want to hurt a few people as well, because that's usually what this thing turns into. And I have a whole wall filled with guns. Hi, this is just a joke. We're not actually a cabal. I'm ex-military. I train people. My friend here works for the Pentagon. Yeah, no, this isn't actually a cabal. That's what the cabal is. Is that what we're getting to? We used to talk about people and be like, oh man, that guy's brain, he's like a Smith agent. This is gross. Now we have this lady and she's like, I'm a Smith agent. And a bunch of people are like, yeah, I'm a Smith agent too. What the hell is happening? This is crazy, man. This is getting nuts. This is getting nuts. It's getting too much. I don't like it. I don't like it. Andrew tells his wife to shut up and he calls her a slave. And people on his side are just like, yeah. What do you mean, yeah? What are you talking about? Yelling at a pregnant lady because she doesn't want people smoking around her. What's happening? What is happening, you know? And the president's just like, I might run for a third term. I don't care. What's going on? What is this? I don't know, man. It's so weird. It's so weird. What did you say there, Laney? Let me see here. They are darkened in their understanding, alienated from the life of God because the ignorance that is in them due to their hardness of heart. I guess so. I mean, you have Officer Tatum. Officer Tatum was like, all these leftists like is death and destruction. I can't believe how much they love that death and destruction. This the worst thing ever, mama. They ain't never had a mama like you. Were you teaching them to be nice and kind-hearted? And then in 2026, he's like, I just want to see Tyler Robinson die by firing squad. What? Hold on, sir. He's talking about people on the left. The world would just be better if they weren't around. What's happening? What? Matt Walsh. Hey, well, I think the left, all they like is death and destruction. Then he makes a post about hanging people. What's going on? Someone comes out completely covered in blood, Ariana Grande, completely covered in blood. And everybody says, slay, queen, slay. This is magnificent, slay. Sam Smith comes out dressed as the devil, an overweight, gross devil with horns and a tail and some kind of lingerie getup. And people are like, this is great. Some girl comes out with a song about Texas. And people are like, screw this Nazi. What's happening? What's happening? You know? I don't get it. This is so crazy. How much deeper is it gonna go? Like, how many more things are they gonna be like, this is a good thing? You know? How many more things? You have guys in the manosphere being like, a 16-year-old wife, that's what everybody wants. What the fuck? What are you talking about, man? What are you guys saying right now? This is why King Baldwin did what he did. Go look up what he did. There's a reason for it. He wasn't playing around. There's a reason for it. There's a reason that hands up like that. He's telling people to shut up, telling people silence. I'm telling you, man, it's getting so disturbing. It's getting way too disturbing. It's too much. It's too crazy. You know? I don't know how much longer are we going to survive with everybody doing this? Right? Some country in the Middle East, I don't know which one, maybe you can guess, blows up some place into rubble. And people are like, well, I think it's good that some kids died. And you're like, what do you mean, man? They're kids. Haven't you ever seen a kid before? You don't like kids? What are you talking about? And they're like, well, those kids are bad. And there's a bunch of people. They're like, yes, those ones. What's going on? You know? I seen a guy who's in the conspiracy community the other day. He was making a video and he was wearing long acrylic nails. And I'm like, what's happening right now? And he was like, I got the stingers on. You got the stingers on? What are you talking about? You're a man. You know? It's getting too much. Getting too much, man. It's getting crazy. We used to talk about the left. We used to make videos about the left and how they read rules for radicals and how they implemented the strategies. And now this administration, dudes in ex-military, dudes working for the Pentagon, conservative commentators are all using the same playbook. What's going on? Why is it? Why is Hunter Biden? Why is he becoming the voice of reason? Wasn't he smoking crack with hookers? And now all of a sudden he makes sense? And the president who was supposed to save the entire world doesn't make sense? Oh my gosh. What's happening? What's happening? I don't get it. It's too much. It's becoming too much. People are just going to be talking. I'm not even going to get it. I know how deep it's going to go. It's going to go too deep. It's going to go too deep. The things that they do, you know what it is? The things that they do in private in these weird cabals, Gary, moron for calling yourself that. The things that they do that we've heard that they do in private on islands, et cetera, they're trying to make it so the public accepts it in public. They're trying to make that disturbed, depraved, black boule, whatever you want to call it, behavior. They're trying to make that accepted by the public and performed by the public as well. That's what it's really working towards. You know? Just crazy. Just crazy. Hunter Biden's the one now. Yeah, like someone just said Hunter Biden over Erica. Like, what? And it's true. I'd rather be in a room with Hunter Biden than Erica. I would feel safer in a room with Hunter Biden versus Erica Kirk. I would. If Erica Kirk walked in the room right now, I'd be like, what the what are you doing here? Why are you here? Who else is here? If Hunter Biden walked in the room, I'd be like, oh, it's this guy. What's going on, man? You good? You all right? What's up? You're all good, right? You'd be like, yeah, I'm all good, man. What's going on? And by the way, and then we would just start talking. Erica Kirk, I'd be shocked. I'd be like, oh my God, no, not Erica Kirk. Please, God. Anyway. And then I want to call a guy who's clearly retarded. I want to call him retarded. And somebody's like, don't say that. Like, what are we doing? What was I even talking about? All right. Anyway, sorry, I got sidetracked. This is fucking, it's crazy. This is insane. And then someone's like, well, my kid, I'm not talking about your kid. I'm talking about a Kandahar giant with red hair who acts like an idiot. Okay? And he has access to mountains of firearms and bullets. Okay? Anyway. Let's get back to it here. Candace was speaking. Sorry I interrupted.
They started attacking me with this Britta is her name, started attacking me with the Crisis King stuff because she was a Daily Wire super fan. And like, obviously I knew that their PR agent and Jeremy Boring were working through her because Jeremy Boring likes to find these sorts of like people who will like jump in front of him and do whatever for him and like kind of stroke this nobody on the cheek. I can't with that left ear. I can't with that right ear, man. It's driving me crazy. The facelift is driving me crazy. So anyway, this Britta is her name. And my assumption was she was young. What ended up happening was she gets revealed as this Britta Widener, who is, and mind you, she's been going after my family, my husband. She was part of people perpetuating the lies about my husband. Okay, remember back in April, she was a part of that group. She's in this group of 92 people, and she gets exposed as Britta Widener, who got a DUI last year. It is a tragic DUI photo, okay? And I'm just looking at this going, I can't believe this woman is almost 45 years old. 45 years old. Catwoman, childless, exactly what you would expect, the prototype of this. But I want you to understand that, like, This woman she's not well. Okay. So this account that counts up tweets of how many tweets someone says, I think I showed you a couple of weeks ago that like Laura Loomer sent like 1,800 tweets about me. And we were like, that is crazy. This woman, No Soup for Knowles, Britta Widener, makes Laura Loomer look stable. That's saying a lot. She makes Laura Loomer look stable. He counted up not her tweets over a year, okay? Her tweets over 11 months since Charlie Kirk's assassination about me. This woman, this 45-year-old Catwoman, sent 4,040 tweets about me since Charlie Kirk's death. That's in addition to her being in a group where she tweets, where she talks about me all day, trying to figure out where I live, talking about my husband. Do you understand that this is the exact kind of person that like genuinely probably needs someone who loves her to take her phone away because she's growing? That's radicalism. That's 4,040 tweets. So I said, how many tweets? Their group is called Protect Erica Kirk. How many tweets have I sent about Erica Kirk since Charlie's assassination? And the answer from this same guy is, in comparison, I have sent 104 tweets about Erica Kirk. 4,040 versus 104 tweets about a person who took over Charlie Kirk's company. That is just to demonstrate to you, this is what is going on in the background. And I do believe, like the person who left this group, she just said that she thinks someone's going to get hurt. She's like,
You know, this guy actually did this guy who she's talking about. I wonder if I have the actual tweets, because he actually showed what the gap was between the two. And this guy is, I can't find him right now. Let me see something here. Let me see if I can find him here. Because he actually is doing a great job. No idea who the guy is. We've spoken before. This guy, SBS is his name. And he showed the gap. He said running the numbers. So he was showing right here. No Soup for Knowles, Candace Owens. Like, he actually ran the numbers. It's 5,000. It's 5,100 tweets that No Soup for Knowles, Britta, has put out. Candace Owens, when it comes to Erica Kirk, is 266. And he shows that that gap is actually an 1,800% gap. You know, just for people who are comparing what she is doing to what Candace has done to Erica. So this is very, very interesting. That guy's doing very interesting stuff on his page. He just keeps showing us all of the ops, and he's just doing it through not accusing them, but just showing this person made this tweet this many times, and he just shows blocks of tweets over and over again. I can't wait till he gets to Jack Posobiec. It'll happen eventually. Let's keep going.
These people are unwell. It's all they think about all day. They're sharing your kitchen. They're trying to learn about your nannies, all of it. Like, why are you sharing my kitchen in a group chat? So sharing this story, what ended up happening was people who know other people in the group began emailing our tips line. And what we are discovering about the profiles of the people in this group, this is a beginning of the story. Like, Britta Widener probably should check into rehab and stop letting homosexual men direct her actions. But there's a lot more here. We just learned about a conservative corporation, who have top people at the company that are involved in this group chat. And so this will be a beginning, not an end. We're going to keep an eye on this Protecting Mrs. Erica Kirk group chat. It's getting, and of course, like, Paramount Not So Tactical is virtually the only male that's in that group, which is hilarious. Anyway, also want to give you guys an update really quickly on the Andrew Wilson stuff.
So before we get to Mr. Lick Schniz, we'll get to the rest of these people. I didn't even bother checking this, but there was another live. I guess one was a Spaces, one was a live that Gary did, where again, he is sitting with the people who are in this group chat, and they're all just talking about it. They're all just like, what's the big deal? I don't understand. It's like, if it wasn't a big deal, why'd you guys hide it? Why didn't you guys make it public? Like, hey, there's a community of us. You didn't do that. You secretly did it. And you didn't say anything until you got caught. Literally, you got caught, and 48 hours later, you guys were like, what's the big deal? I don't understand what's going on, you know?
To track Erica Kirk where she lives, this is far worse than anything that's been alleged and not even proven yet about the group chat. So let me just play this.
But the problem I'm having is I have now confirmed with people that live.
Just for what he said again, because, you know, I have to make it about myself because they were talking about me. What do you mean that's alleged that hasn't been proven? He admitted he was doing it. Gary admitted he was running background checks. And then he tried to shift the blame onto another person in the group chat who he is claiming was running her own background check. You guys are running background checks. And they keep on trying to push it to Candace, and they keep on acting like there's nothing proven because, you know, the whole narrative that they go with is Candace has no evidence. So now they're trying to do it again with this group chat. You guys have already admitted what you've done. You've already talked about it. Now you just don't want to get any legal trouble. So now you're saying, hey, we didn't do anything wrong. I didn't see any addresses or anything like that. Get out of here, man. These guys are ridiculous. Absolutely, especially this Milkstone. Yeah, I was going to say milk dud, but I'm bald too. But I still want to say it. Vanilla milk dud. But I mean, it's just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. And now they're just like, well, I mean, what Candace has done is far worse. No, it's not. Gary went and tried to find my address for a reason he won't disclaim. How is this? I don't understand. How are they saying that what Candace has done is worse? Candace has just been looking at some kind of case. She's been trying to figure out things for the case. I have nothing to do with the Charlie Kirk case. I am not a witness. I am not a person of importance. And you're doing the exact thing to me. Look, I don't know. I mean, I'm going to keep on talking about it until Gary actually addresses me and he actually talks to me about it. You know, just being like, oh, this guy lives in Tennessee and this and that. I like, what were you doing? And stop, you know what I mean? He keeps on veering it towards Candace. I don't know if you were doing a background check on Candace. I have no idea. He says he does background checks on multiple people. I don't know who else, but we know for a fact it's me. We know for a fact 100% that it's me. So he needs to actually address me. He needs to stop acting like as if this is him versus Candace, because it's not him versus Candace at all. You're not there. You're not there yet, big guy. Okay. With your 200 people watching your show. You're not there yet. Okay.
Where they live, because they live in a building, that they all saw Charlie. They also saw Charlie on a walk. I have one person who lives there. She ran into Charlie or has seen that. Nobody in her building has and they all know each other. It's a building. They know Mikey McCoy. People have said, I've seen Mikey McCoy on this date, blah, blah, blah. No one can confirm that they saw Erica on this date. WTF, Stacey Sheridan lives in the same complex as Charlie and Erica. That is super weird. More and more, it seems like they were all working to smother Charlie and make sure he was closely watched and handled. Yeah, she does. And I find it to be very weird and very creepy. Mikey McCoy, I don't know if he has a place in there, him and Elizabeth, but they are there all the time because I have sources that live in the building, obviously. Again, APB. Stacey Sheridan on that day. I know I have contacts that are live in that same building. If you guys remember seeing Stacey Sheridan, that would.
It doesn't turn up. It doesn't turn up. This is the volume that they have it at. Okay. You're watching what you're seeing right now when you're watching these guys is a garbage production. Okay. From the people to the Milk Bar banner that's around it. Also, you call yourself Milk Bar. I mean, Gary's on the show. Okay. Some lady named Jackie Chia or something like that. You have to understand you're watching a trash production. Okay. All right. That is what you're watching. You can't say, hey, listen up, garbage can. I need a filet mignon. The garbage can doesn't have filet mignon for you guys. That's the way garbages work. They just have trash. Okay. They just have wrappers. That's it. So, I can't turn it up anymore,
Would be great. Still can't get an Erica sighting because we're everywhere and we're watching and we're listening.
I mean, like, imagine if people were talking about that, about Candace, like who's tracking Candace, who's around Candace's place. Oh. Can someone give me the time when she left? Who's there? We know people, and this is her show that's being streamed to millions of people. This isn't, a private group chat. And again, the doxing hasn't even been proved. So what are we doing here? I don't know. I mean, like, what's your take on that, Gary?
This is crazy. He's done all this. Gary has done everything that this guy was just talking about. He has doxed people. He has released nude photos of people. He has released addresses of people. He has threatened an investigator saying, I know exactly where you live. I mean, what are we talking about here? This is so crazy. This is nuts. He's done all the things this guy just said. Gary has done all of them. Maybe he doesn't know. Maybe Milk Bar, Dud, Nathan, Livingstone, Philadelphian. Maybe he doesn't know. Maybe he has no idea. But Gary has done each one of these things he just named off.
Yeah, the idea of that, you know, let's even give her the most generous, you know, let's say that people did provide personal information, which again, I don't think that's true. But then that never left the group chat. So, I mean, what are the legalities of her reporting this?
Absolutely none. I mean, she can report whatever she wants. I actually made a AI video of her phone call with the police with that, which was pretty funny. But
so this guy just said it never left the group chat. So what's the problem? I mean, even if we just go to what Candace is saying, right? We go to what Candace is saying. Or sorry, we go to what Candace is claiming, right? Saying that there is personal information, kitchen, this, that. It never left the group chat. So what's the problem? The group chat consists of people with their own brains and their own lives and their own abilities. So if you discuss something like my whereabouts, my address, where I live, where I'm from, all these different things, well, that goes to the group chat. Each one of them has their own mind. Okay. So where it went to was one guy who is an ex-Green Beret, not much of a Green Beret, I have to be honest. And now he has that information to do with what he thinks is best. Then all of a sudden, like whoever else has the information to do whatever they want with the information. What is he talking about? It doesn't leave the group chat. How could you possibly know that? You're sending it to 92 other people's phones. Who's to say that each one of them doesn't send it to one person? What are you talking about? This is crazy. We're getting to a world where before it was like, well, doxing, that's just not good. Oh, that's crazy. Oh, Antifa went to Tucker Carlson's house. That's disgusting. Now we're in this world where the same conservative movement is just like, what's the big deal? Maybe we did find your address. Whoa, what do you mean? We're not going to tell anybody. Don't worry about it. It's so crazy.
yeah, imagine if you or I were on the live stream. We're like, hey, look, man, I got neighbors of Candace Owens. I got them watching every move that she makes when she leaves. Like, people would lose their ever-loving minds. And that is the double standards.
I can't do it. I can't do it. Because he did this exact thing with Project Constitution. That's the exact thing that he did. He said, me and my team know exactly where you live. And Project Constitution was like, I don't care. And he kept on talking smack to him. And then Gary was like, And you could tell Gary wants to do something to him. And he has his address. And he's told him, we know exactly where you live. I think he even said, we can come and see you. I think he even said that. So, I mean, it's just wild. It's just wild. I can't do it. I can't do it. Anyway, these guys are just annoying me far too much. It's going to pull me out of my character. This is the animated screenshot. Very, very nice, I would say. Whoever did that. No Soup for Knowles had something to say. She said, well, now that I've been you've exposed me, I should probably be honest with you guys, tell you guys the truth. I'm sorry. I don't want to live a lie anymore. I really do love cats. Well, yeah. By the picture, and I'm not going to pull up the real one again, but by the picture, we could all tell that you love cats. It's completely fine. Completely fine. But again, we're getting to this weird point as I go through all these people now where, you know, even this right here is crazy to me. So I'm going to play this clip and then I am going to, did I even get through all of Candace's clip? Oh, yeah, I did. Okay. I was like, I get sidetracked sometimes. I'm going to play this clip and then I'm going to read what Britta actually said.
Bizarre super fan community, meaning like it was just kind of weird that anybody would dedicate this much time to podcasters. And it turned out that the then CEO flew these people out to the Daily Wire to meet these super fans. And then obviously that made them like even crazier. I always assumed that these were like young women because it gave me like Taylor Swift's fan club, and why I always critique her when she's dealing with these like prepubescent teens that will literally kill for her. And she says something like, I didn't get my master's. Like she has to be careful with that because these people's brains aren't developed. So my assumption was.
So she says this, okay? And then Britta says, Candace says Jeremy Boring flew out the super fans to meet the show host at the Daily Wire. Excuse me? What? I paid for my flights to Nashville for the Daily Wire events. Thank you so much. So it's like you're basically, also kind of weird that she thinks the Daily Wire audience is preteens, but okay. Yeah, that is kind of weird because the Daily Wire fans are actually just bots. They're not even real anymore. Yeah, maybe back in the day they were real. They were like real people, real conservatives. Now they're just all bots from Tel Aviv. I think that's pretty known throughout the conservative sphere. And most of the views come from him putting ads on shows like mine, where it's the entire episode is the ad. I'm just saying. Okay. But yeah, it's very interesting that she's just like, I actually paid for my flights. That propagandic event, just so you know, I actually paid to go to that propagandic event. Actually, I paid for my own flights. I didn't get flown out. That's where we're at, where people are just like, yeah, it's true, but here's the place where you're wrong. So Candace dumb again, you know? It just keeps on. Yeah. Well, actually, yeah, it's getting crazy. It's getting too crazy. Getting way too crazy. And then we have someone else caught in a group chat. Oh God, of course there's gross music in it. Oh my God. Just crazy. Let's have no music in it. Let's do no music. Oh my gosh, I can't believe it with the music. You have no idea how much it upsets me. Maybe you do. You watch the show, then you know exactly how much it upsets me. Oh my goodness. Gosh. What's the point of it? Anyway, we have this right here. Check this out. This is another group chat that's been found. So we have Gary's producer in there. Okay, we have Jay in a second group chat. That's very weird. In a second account as well, it seems. Okay, we have Haven Grace Operative. Wow, just in the name. See what I mean? This is where we're getting to. Devonna Dre, Gary again, right? You have Soupy Knowles, Agent Soup, she calls herself. Absolutely crazy. We have Tiffany Savage. We have the lady that attacked Candace's kid. We have weirdo Zach here, who's tried to tag me in a few things. I just blocked him. We have Stealth Medical, who's not the admin this time, I guess. Okay. We have Kate. We have an Erica. That's no way you spell your name like that. No one else spells their name like that. We have Glory B, terrible account, absolutely terrible account. And then we have, do you see it right there, guys? And then we have Mr. I don't know why this person would be going back up, because we have somebody. Let me just go. What is this person doing? Okay, so I guess this person was just exposing things. Check it out, ladies and gentlemen. We have Blake Neff. Blake Neff in the group chat. So when we broke the story of Blake Neff kind of revealing to us that he's like, well, what I did when I broke the story, I was like, look at when Candace episode ended, when he claims that he got the clip. So it was like he got this clip and then made this post within minutes of the episode ending. And I was like, that's weird. And then he revealed, oh, I don't watch the show. People just send me clips here and there. So what he was referring to, and I thought this because I told you guys, I'm like, there's something coordinated going on. He obviously has people watching the show for him and sending him clips that it doesn't even make any sense for him to comment on. It seems like what he was actually doing was he was a part of a group chat where they all get together, and that's where he was getting the clips. He is in a coordinated group chat with a bunch of other people. That is what Blake has been doing. Literally, a person who's not a Turning Point employee, who keeps saying that over and over and over again, but definitely runs cover, runs damage control, and completely destroys the reputation of Turning Points. So Very interesting there. Blakey Neff caught inside of one of these groups. I can't wait to hear Candace talk about it. You're crazy if you think she's not going to talk about it. She's talking about that today. There's no way she's not talking about that today. How could you not talk about something like this? I hope she has more information on this. I hope she does. I can't get any more information. She only gave me information about me. That was it. But wow, Blake absolutely, of course he watches the show. All of them who are in the group chat watch the show. That is the prerequisite to being in the group chat. How else could you be useful when it comes to these group chats unless you watch the entire show? When I had my Discord stolen and somebody, I think it was Travis, who got access to a ton of information from that Discord. There was a conversation where they were all talking about me, and it was the same type of thing. They were talking about the money that they think I've made. They were talking about a meal prep service that I use. They were talking about workout equipment that I have. They were trying to figure out how much money I have. One of them said that they had technology where they could kind of see how much money I was making. They were taking it upon themselves to be like, okay, so if this makes this much, and then there's a clip channel, they were trying to analyze everything about me in this little chat. And the reason that they were doing it and the reason they had all that information is because they watched the show. You can't gain information on people unless you watch the show. So obviously Blake Neff watches the show. Yeah. People are like that. I was very silent about that whole thing when it was going on. But yeah, they were doing all sorts of weird stuff. All sorts of weird stuff. Very, very weird stuff. So very interesting. Shout out to Travis. Got all that information. I think Mad Max as well. Ali Top Files. I think who else? Somebody, Danks helped me out in that situation. I mean, it was wild. It was absolutely wild. Very weird stuff, man. Very weird stuff. So again, I only bring that up to say there's no other way you could have all the information that you have, or try to get all the information, unless you watch the show. That's just what you have to do. So Blake he's a fan. He's definitely a fan, you know. Anyway, we move on because there's more. These people are just coming undone. Candace Owens today said that No Soup for Noel sent thousands of tweets about her. She called it radicalism and contrasted it with her own 104 tweets about Erica. But Candace forgot something. Her show streams to millions of people. A show in which she obsessively accuses and implicates Erica Kirk in her own husband's offing. Don't take my word for it. You know, take your own look at the radicalism from a person much bigger, who has a much bigger audience. Candace pretends to be afraid of Britta, who never ever shared Candace's home info in the group. This is crazy. There's also a Facebook group when it comes to the Candace stuff. There's also a Facebook group, and to act like she pretends to be afraid, she already had to put a guy in jail who was not even doing the same amount of weirdness that this Britta girl is doing. Right? And they maintain that they're not getting paid. So if you're maintaining that you're not getting paid and you're doing all this, well, then you're more crazy than the guy who was actually setting out to kill Candace. So there's no pretending to be afraid. That's something to be afraid about. There's a guy in jail right now because he was in a group chat not being as crazy as Britta is. He was in a group chat not being as crazy as Gary. He was in a group chat not being as crazy as the 92 people who have gathered to go after Candace Owens. So yeah, it's not pretending to be afraid. Obviously. Like, come on, this is so silly. Yet Candace mocked Erica's fear that she could be murdered and her kids would be left orphaned. Look at the evidence, make up your own mind, etc., etc. So now we're getting to a point. Oh, and look at this. She said, yet Candace mocked Erica's fear that she could be offed and her kids would be left orphaned. Look at the evidence and make up your own mind. And here's the evidence. So they're not going to show that quote of Candace saying anything like that. They're just going to scroll through and just show you that Candace makes episodes. And they're saying that it's worse. And this is not even all, like they're acting like all these episodes are about Erica. They're about all sorts of things. I mean, it's just silly. We're getting to a point where it's just like, yeah, she might be has millions of followers. Erica is, she's promoting Candace. Erica is a person of interest in the case. I'll say again, I'll go back to myself. I am not. I'm Coach Colin. I make jokes about mints. Okay. I have the wonderful talent of being able to make mints funny. One of the relatively more boring things in life. I know how to make them funny. That's it. I'm not a part of this, but Erica is. And everybody knows that if this was a regular case, a regular thing, and not some weird cover up, that she would be getting looked into. And they would come forward and say, we've looked into Erica. They would say that. The Bureau would say that, whoever. They would say that. They would say, we looked into her. We chased all those leads down. They would say that out loud if they really did that. The issue is they didn't do that. And they're supposed to. It's just the way it is. If God forbid, I'm not even going to use, if something happened to someone and I was friends with them, they would come and ask me about it. That's how it goes. If it was foul play, they'd be like, oh, you were a close friend of his, right? Do you know anything? They would ask you a bunch of stuff. And then you could say, they asked me a bunch of stuff. You know why Erica can't say that? Because they didn't look into her. They didn't look into the necklace, which Barron talked about with Julian and that Jonathan guy. They didn't look into the necklace. They didn't look into the microphone. They didn't look into Erica. They didn't look into Andrew. They didn't look into anything. They didn't look into anyone. They just went with the official narrative and that's it. And that's why everyone thinks it's a cover-up, because that's how cover-ups go. Wow. Hey, man, the guy who makes jokes about mints just pointed out the flaws. Well, that's weird. That means there's too many flaws. If the guy who makes jokes about mints points out the flaws, that means there's too many flaws. There's too many. You're supposed to not have that many flaws, that the guy that jokes about mints and prolapse booty holes all of a sudden points out the flaws. That means they're too glaring. That means they're all too glaring of flaws. Hey, man. Anyway, let's keep going here. This is wild. I have to say, this is very interesting. And I'm not even making fun of this lady. I'm just always shocked about how ladies are able to do this. This is very interesting because guys can't do this. We can't do this. Okay. So this is the next lady that we're talking about. Am I right, fellas? I'm sure the fellas out there are like, what's going on? Who's this? Who's this Coach Colin's talking about? It's very interesting. You guys are lucky. We can't just do that, right? So this lady, her name's Natalie, right? And I know you're like, why are you showing a picture of her face? Well, that's not even her face. It's not her face at all. It's absolutely wild. She's able to do this. This is actually her face. This is actually her face. Isn't that interesting? I don't know how you guys do that. Even if you gave me makeup and you're like, do it to your face, I'd be like, I don't know. I don't know. I would just, I just cover my face in things. How does she do that? I would love to actually know the mechanics of this. How did she do that? This is a different person. Okay. I don't know. It's weird. It's wild. These can do that. What is that? Why do you guys get to do that? Why don't we get to do that? I want to do that. I want to put on a bunch of stuff and then I look like, I don't know, Chris Hemsworth. Yeah, you thought I was going to go with a black celebrity? Screw that. If we're doing stuff like that, I'm going to go with a celebrity I want Chris Hemsworth. That's who I want to look like. I want to have a good jawline and nice hair. And whatever, and I'll be white. Fine. Like, I don't care. It's obviously doable. I'm just saying. So she's like, I've been identified as one of the terrifying 92 people in the Erica Kirk, Protect Erica Kirk group chat. After analyzing my account, they discovered my sinister agenda, criticizing Candace Owens for running cover for the Tates, who allegedly are involved in rush hour traffic. Oops. When are they going to figure out I was doing that for years before this group chat existed? I don't understand. The game that they're playing is so weird because they're going with, well, I've always been doing this. They're going with, well, what do you mean? This is a normal thing that I do. Oh, what do you mean? This is like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? I mean, I've always been doing this. When you get together and coordinate, it's a different thing. It's just different. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it any better. You guys all got together and conspired, and one of you was sharing pictures of her kitchen, and then another one of you were showing pictures from a Russell Brand interview, and you guys were trying to match it up so you could find her address. You found the address. Like, what are we doing here? They're just trying to make it seem like as if this is just a normal thing. It's really not. But here's where it gets absolutely hilarious. There's a 14,000 member Facebook group literally called the Candace Intelligence Agency, with a chat containing at least 100 mommy sleuths. 14,000 and only 100 people in the group chat? That's weird. Okay. So let me understand the rules here. So basically she's saying Candace's community, her community, that's like me having a Facebook group, which I will have very soon, ladies and gentlemen. I will be starting a Facebook group very, very soon. So Candace's Facebook group, completely normal. 92 people who are paid operatives who are made up of ex-military and Israeli intelligence operatives get together, and all of a sudden we're the deep state. Wow. I just corrected it for her. I'm just paraphrasing because apparently she doesn't understand what's going on. So I just corrected it for her. You know, I just wanted to help her out there a little bit. You know, you have ex-Green Berets. You have people who are associated with the Middle East in very interesting ways. You have people who are willing to do violence. You have people who are threatening other people. You have people who are trying to find out the inside workings of someone's house who they don't like her take about. Like, keep that in mind, you know? Keep that in mind. It's so crazy, man. It's so crazy that people are like this. Man. Hey, Oliver. Oliver's in the chat. What up, Oliver? What's going on? Coach. That's the coach right there. Coach Oliver. What's up? How you doing, man? I have a 4-hour conversation with Oliver. If you ever want to just hear a conversation about personal development, he and I did like a 4-hour. We sat together and talked. And then I think we had another like 2-hour one back when I was living in my mom's basement. And after all this amateur detective work, you've uncovered the horrible truth of an anti-trafficking advocate who has a problem with influencers. So now this lady is saying, well, this is all because of the Tates. That's why I'm there. This is because of the Tates. That's the only reason I was in the group. The group that's called Protect Erica Kirk. Hey, man. Hey. Stop spitting in my face and telling me that it's chosen spit. Okay? Hey, man. Quit spitting on my forehead and telling me it's from God. Stop it. Stop it now. Okay? Right? If you're going to piss on my shoe, just piss on my shoe because I want to know what I need to use to clean it. Don't tell me it's just water so I walk around stinking. Don't do that. What are you doing? I was just there because of the Tates. You were in the Protect Erica group because of the Tates? I mean, and then when I say retard, it's a problem. But if I'm talking about clear retards, I'm just saying. I mean, it's just crazy. It's crazy to me, you know? And that's one of them, right? Just so there's an example. The lady who says, I'm in this group because of the Tates, and I'm an anti-trafficking advocate, so I joined the Protect Erica group, where we don't talk about potential alleged connection to Romania. You know what I mean? It's just getting too much. This is going to be very explicit. You thought I was being explicit when I said that R word. Some of you snowflake types out there. This is going to get real serious because this lady, Abby Libby, absolutely flipped out. She said, dox me, Candace. Attack me, post cruel lies about me, dig up my worst moments and feed it to your rancid R-worded audience. You hag, leave my friends alone and drag me, you effing piece of sugar honey iced tea. My name's at the top of the group chat. Let's do it, you worthless who. You worthless lady of the night. That's what she just said. I mean, it's one of the craziest mask off moments I've ever seen in this group so far, besides Gary, because he's from the Kandahar region and his head is too long to wear any mask that us regular folk put on. He doesn't have that. Her name's Abby Libby. Okay. It's just so crazy. So weird. So she's just flipping out. And, you know, it's very odd because she looks so nice. She looks like such a look. She even has a baby. You can tell she has a baby. She looks like a very nice lady. She looks great. She looks like she'd like be one of my wife's friends, and she'd be like, "Oh my gosh, she's so precious." But in reality, she's not at all. She's really not a nice person, not even slightly. It's very weird. Very weird. Go after me. You know why she's doing that? Because she's one of the people that didn't do the illegal things that Candace is going to file a report on. That's why she's doing that. She's saying, don't look at this person who doxed this guy. Don't look at this person who's doxing you. Don't look at these people who are finding the inner schematics of your house. Don't look at any of those people. Just look at me, someone who didn't do anything. Good try. Good try, lady. You know? And that's why she's throwing all those explicits out there, because she really wants Candace just to focus on her. That's what she really, really wants. Even Owen Benjamin had to look at this and say, well, there it is. Mask off. And then she says, what mask? I've always made my position perfectly clear. What are you talking about? You're a maniac. Absolute maniac. And that's it. You only get attention from me. You know? That's it. Oh, yeah. And then I had to say this. I said, why are all these people acting like they didn't form that group to attack Candace and myself for some odd reason? Attack me. You are the ones attacking. You can't flip the script. That's all they're trying to do right now. They're trying to flip the script in the weirdest way. Someone said, who's on the hoodie? This is King Baldwin. Do you not know about King Baldwin? Have you never seen the movie? Oh, my gosh. And also, King Baldwin's a real person. I mean, check out King Baldwin. Didn't play around. He led some fierce battles during the Crusade times, and that's why I wear it. The time is upon us. And then we have another person here, Tiffany Savage. She's also going nuts. She says, please make sure to spell my name correctly in your pointless attention-seeking police report. And for good measure, I'm covert operative 00 in group 92. Well, that's not true because the admin is number 0. So this lady's saying, make sure to spell my name right. These people are crazy. Again, it's in her bio, 00 of 92. It's the weirdest thing that they're trying to just embrace this and be like, oh, come on. What is this lawsuit? It's such a crazy thing. You know? Wild. Absolutely wild. You know? I don't know. Anyways, guys, that is what we're seeing so far. They are slowly coming undone. And of course, just like the raccoon conspiracy talk, we will not have Mr. Blake Neff be addressing himself being in this group chat at all. That will not be happening, just so you guys know. He is not going to be addressing this. He's going to act like it didn't happen. He's going to act like, oh my gosh, I never watched Candace's show. That's it. That's all he's going to do. Gary's going to act like he didn't try to dox me. You know, he literally did in the conversation. I should really just go find the conversation because he posted a bunch of different things. It was the weirdest thing ever. And on top of it, when Gary did it, you know what was really funny about this? It wasn't even us talking. He was just talking to someone else and just decided to drop my information. Like, it was the weirdest because I was watching it and I'm like, why did he just do that? I'm like, that's so weird. I'm like, why did he just do, like, I didn't even do anything to him. I'm like, I'm not even talking to him. He's talking to someone else. It's because he's a moron. That's why. It's because he's a moron and he's a coward. I've seen, hey Gary, I've seen the text messages of you apologizing. I've seen the text messages. I heard the story about you apologizing. I heard it straight from the horse's mouth. I heard that you were afraid. I've heard that you're actually a coward. I've heard that you're this type of person, like when Elizabeth Lane and Tucker Carlson were talking about, you know, that species of man who says one thing and then does another. And then when you call him out, he says, no, no, no. And then when you turn your back, he says, screw you. And then you turn back and you look at him and he says, what? I didn't say anything. I've heard these stories about you, Gary. Heard these stories about you. Yeah. I'm not going to say I'm a doxing type, but I know about you, Gary. I know what a piece of garbage you are. You know, there's a reason. And listen, I'm not going to get deep into it. But that lady that was hiding her kids from Gary when he was talking to Mitch Snow about his kids being hidden, she wasn't doing that because he's the best guy in the world. You know, that's not why she was doing that. Right? Anyway, let's keep going here. Let's get into the Candace Owens stuff. Let's get into it. My feet are so cold. I have to put on socks, guys. I have to. Okay. You know, that's why I like the in real life streamers. Someone said Gary's weak. Yeah, Gary's very weak. You know, if you get to a point where the mother of your kids hiding your kids from you, when you come back from being in the field, it's because you're weak. Women don't do that to strong men, because strong men take care of women and make them feel safe and make them feel amazing. And those women miss those men. So when they come back, they're eager to see them. They don't run from them. Anyway, let's jump out of here really quick. Yeah, my wife knew I would need it. Yeah, she knows. Bro, my wife knows. I'm freezing all the time. Plus, I'm in low calories because I'm trying to lose weight. So when you're trying to do that, you just get cold. You're just freezing all the time. It's so annoying. Anyway, let's get into this whole thing. We got Bobby Sauce here. I like what he had to say here. Put on both pairs. Nah, I can't do that. That'll be too much. Then it'll get too hot, you know. He says, how exactly has Candace Owens shown higher quality photos and videos of the man they tell us is Tyler Robinson than the prosecution, the FBI, the Utah County Attorney's Office, all of Charlie's quote unquote best friends, Turning Point USA, and all the Turning Point USA's contributors, the preliminary trial influencers, the thousands of people calling her evil online every day, the 92-person group chat, Cash See You in Valhalla Patel, Dan Bongino, Daily Wire, Jeremy Boring, Ben Shapiro, Barry Weiss, and CBS News, and the entire mainstream media combined. Oh my gosh. Absolutely hilarious. Yeah, it's true. It's true. It's very odd that she is able to provide these things. and that she's willing to. Let's get into a little bit of that now that we've done that spring cleaning. Oh, and they're saying that I can't play this clip because I will have to reset everything. Well, that's fine. That's fine by us. That's fine by us. We'll remove it really quick. People don't mind looking at my face. My face is all right. We're at 6 minutes, 34 seconds. And we're on double speed. I don't know if you could hear that or not. And we're on double speed, of course. Let's make sure that we reset this. The real test will be, whether they're doing this to me when this happens, as soon as I switch to that computer. Once I switch to that computer, if it still happens, it means they're doing it to me. Because this computer that I got is a beast. I still haven't hooked it up because every weekend I just want to hang out with my kids, my family and stuff. I don't care. But, we'll get to it. We'll get to it. I promise. We'll get to it. Anyways, let's I removed it. Did I stop sharing? Tell me if you can hear this. Okay, perfect. I got it. So we have to stop sharing, of course. And then we have to reset the actual thing, of course. Someone said Kanye, no way. What do you mean Kanye, no way? Anyway, here, let's jump over here. Bang, we got it. There she is. The dragon herself, the dragoness herself. Let's play this clip. Now, when I first started hearing this, when she was first talking about this, I was like, the way she was talking about the shirts and showing all the pictures of multiple shirts, I was like, where is she going with all this? And then she dropped those photos and I was like, oh, wow, what's going on? And of course, I'm not just going to show you the clip. I'm going to show you the meltdown that proceeded afterwards, because there's a certain man who has a few questions. perhaps Coleman or Candace. Perhaps someone can answer my questions. I have question marks for all of you. Riddle me this. You guessed it. Weirdo Viva is very upset. I will be showing you what he had to say after this. Let's get into it. No.
The media.
There you go.
The very first picture that went viral when his name was revealed to the public, the photo that was virtually used by every news station globally was this one, taken from his mother's Facebook. I'm going to show you that. Remember this, right? Oh, yeah. The idea that was being immediately seeded into our minds, seeded to the public before we knew any details, was that, hey, Tyler Robinson wears maroon shirts. He loves maroon shirts, like a lot. In fact, it was almost as if he only wore maroon shirts. It was like revisit that in your mind. They even handpicked other photos to share with the world how much he repeatedly was in maroon, even from the time he was young. I'm going to show you some photos that were presented in the media. If you Google Tyler Robinson in the media on that day, you will see these photos that they pulled from his mother's Facebook, even going back from when he was younger, photos of him and like, oh gosh, wow, this kid must just love maroon shirts. It's his favorite shirt. That was intentional. That was intentional because I actually had gone through his mother's Facebook at the time, and there were plenty of other photos of Tyler Robinson to choose from, many of them much more recent than the one that they were showing, of him wearing shirts of all different color varieties, blue shirts, white shirts, green shirts. Here are just a few. I'm going to show you Tyler Robinson wearing, you can just keep going through these. This is shirts that were available, but the media did not choose that day. They just wanted you to ingrain in your mind that Tyler Robinson, actually, when I looked through everything, I went back and reflected, we had a screen record, I would have assumed actually blue was his favorite color on the basis of the photos that I saw of Tyler Robinson. So I reflected on that intention. It reminds me of sort of the same psychological operation of them immediately trying to remind us of how much Charlie loved Israel. It's weird. They just like instantly stood, Charlie's hugging the Israel flag, Charlie, she Shabbat Shalom, and Charlie loved Israel. That's psychological operation. And I want to be clear, the maroon one worked. They knew that we would naturally draw conclusions because if your brain is trying to work through things, right? But now, reflecting on that, if you believe as I do that Tyler Robinson is in fact a patsy, and of course the outfit that the person they were going to tell us was Tyler Robinson caught on neighborhood cameras, caught on blurry stairwells of him walking down the parking garage. The outfit was pre-selected. They selected a maroon shirt, if that is the alternative narrative. So they knew to message to everyone immediately, Tyler loves maroon, Tyler loves maroon. Oh, and look, here he is in a maroon shirt walking down the street and walking down a stairwell. So your brain goes, I'm going to fill in that gap. Obviously, it must be Tyler Robinson. I'm getting the truth. You see, the only problem is the person that is walking around in that maroon shirt, I'm pretty sure, is left-handed, right? We should.
So she's going to get into the whole left-handed, right-handed thing, stuff like that. But that is a very, very astute observation, because that goes hand in hand with predictive programming. That is how you do that kind of thing. It's almost like, is it called the Socratic method? It's like a method of sales where you get someone to say yes so many times. So now they're on this thing of saying yes, and then you go for the sale, the ask, and then they say yes because they've just been saying yes the whole time. It's kind of like what she's suggesting is that they're doing that mentally with you. It's that they're saying maroon, yes, and you're like yes, and you're like maroon, yes, you're like yes, maroon. So yeah, the sales funnel, yeah, exactly. It's kind of like the same thing, and they're like, okay, maroon again, yes, and then they show you the picture of him on the campus, and they say, and you say yes. Like, you don't even have to be told if that's him, because you know that's him, because you're seeing it over and over and over again. That's very interesting. Very, very interesting. I didn't book that at all. Not even a little bit. Because every time you'd see Tyler Robinson, you would focus on his face, because that was the main thing. You wanted to match a face with a face. And even though the pictures they were giving you were blurry, you still wanted to match up those faces. You still wanted to say, can I see any, is it the same? But you're never focusing on the shirt. But your what would we call it? Your I guess your super conscious, your subconscious is always focused on everything. It's taking in everything all the time. Even though you're focusing on my face, you're still taking in this picture. You're still taking in that picture. You're still seeing this. You're seeing all the things. You're seeing the microphone, but your brain just doesn't make you focus on those things. But it's all information going into your brain right now through your eyes. And I guess the same thing is happening with that shirt. You think you're focusing on the face, but you're seeing that shirt over and over and over and over again. That same color over and over and over again. Very weird. Anyway, let's keep going.
Showed you that last week that they didn't show you in that.
Someone just said this is very important towards what we're talking about right now. Coach, I was in retail management for T-Mobile for 10 years, over 10 years. And I would teach people the yes method. I thought about it before you said it. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That yes method. I used to work in telecommunications myself, and I was taught that same thing. You wanted to get people saying yes. Do you need a new phone? Yes. Would you want like a case like this for free? Yes. Would you want something like this? Yes. Would you want more data on your plan? Yes. Would you want, you would always keep doing that to people. Very, very interesting. Anyway, let's keep going.
Blurry images of him coming down the stairs is that he's actually putting his phone in his left hand. And today we have more exclusive stills from the 4K undeniable footage that was shown in the courtroom to influencers, eventually shown to influencers to prove that. The first one I'm going to show you from that parking garage is what this person looks like, because if it was less compressed and blurry, which is what we were shown, you might realize that he's kind of a bit broad. Take a look at this. Oh. And I want to be clear, we did not edit these in any way. Okay? This is no editing. We're not making him, it's not compressed. This is Tyler Robinson? Second thing I'm going to show you is
Keep in mind what she just said as we go through the mini meltdown that's taking place because of these photos. Keep in mind what she just said. She has not done anything to the photos. Keep in mind that she said that.
Again, he appears to be left-handed. Okay, my government source says that he takes his phone out of his left pocket and then puts an earpiece into his left ear. Oh, okay. That government source feels confident that this person is left-handed. Wow, what a silly mistake, right? You plan everything and then just forget that everyone's got to be right-handed. Oops. That's a big uh-oh, actually. It might require you to intentionally degrade and blur footage when you go, ooh, that's not the right hand. And I know last week we showed you that in every instance that we find Lance Twiggs, he appears to be left-handed, left dominant, pumping gas, snowboarding, falling while snowboarding, playing the piano where he's putting his watch. And now we can show you this picture of him eating. Oh, with his left hand. So that's kind of interesting there. We would suggest heavily that Lance is left hand dominant. Maybe he's ambidextrous. I don't know. But I've seen enough photos now to go, yeah, I think he's left-handed. I do. Another thing that I would like to point out is that this individual that we are showing you in more clarified images, and we are doing this just to be clear on behalf of Turning Point USA, who has been demanding transparency. We just wanted to rise to the occasion. But what also becomes clear is that he seems to be wearing, and this is a big one, high white socks of some description. Take a look. Oh, and I'll tell you, that is not the sun. It is like what looks to be, and I don't know if it's looking as clear on your screen, got tanned arms and like you're either albino in September and this is the first time you've ever in your life looked.
Yeah, those, I'm not even sure if those are socks or if those are tights. You know how some guys do with the shorts, you know, some workout dudes, they'll do the shorts and then they do the tights underneath, right? They do that type of thing. It almost looks like that because you definitely don't see it when it comes to, someone said compression socks. You definitely don't see it. It's going past the kneecap. Compression socks usually stop around, you know, just below the kneecap, you know, which is still really high. But those tights go all the way up. I don't know. That's very weird. Someone said the cover tattoos. Yeah, I've seen a bunch of people say that. To cover tattoos. Makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. That's why you would do that kind of thing, for sure. For sure. Huh. This is crazy. There are some people, and you have to really think about this. There are some people who really, really think or know and want to help expose the fact that Charlie was not done in by the official narrative that's been presented to us. Because if Candace was insane, is as insane as you know, they tell us she is, I don't think these people would be like, is that like there's people in the White House who are just dumb. They're just dumb enough to be tricked by this crazy person. There's people in the courtroom. There's people at Turning Point. There's all these people from all these places that it's like, it's so, it's such a crazy thing, you know? All these people from all these different places are like, I'm going to help this person. I'm going to help this lunatic. This lunatic contacted me. Or they all really know. They know. They go, okay, something's going on with this case. This case is not right. There's someone in the White House who saw something wasn't right and contacted Candace. Maybe multiple people. There's some people at Turning Point who are talking with either Barron, Candace. We're talking about Candace right now. And they're going, something's not right here. I have to let this person know, or I have to help this person out. And there's someone in the courtroom who's like, something's going on here. I have to make sure she gets a hold of these pictures. I don't know, man. It's really crazy. Really, really crazy. And it could be the defense. The defense could never, ever reveal that they believe in anything Candace has to say because of how crazy it all looks. How crazy they're making it all look, I should say. So they'll never reveal that if they are doing that. They'll never be like, well, we have information from Candace. They'll never do that. They know they just take the information or give her information, they know to just do that and be completely silent about it. You know,
this is a better, because you can see now he's out of the sun. Just take a look at that.
Ooh, somebody just said you need compression socks if you're jumping off of a building. Wow, that's interesting. That's not something super young people know. That's something older people know. Older people older people know, if I'm going to be jumping off this building, I need some compression socks. You know, that's interesting. That's very interesting. Good observation.
It looks to us like sports leggings, like soccer socks pulled up. What does that, or albino in September, just put on a pair of shorts for the first day. And when I use my mind and I go, why would someone wear like what looks like stockings on this day? It makes me think, does somebody have a tattoo? That's what, if I was supposed to be looking like Tyler Robinson didn't have a tattoo, I might wear high socks. That's what I would do. Just another thing that I would maybe explore. Or I'm sure, since Tyler Robinson is in custody, they must have photos from that day and they're going to show that he had super tanned arms and albino white legs. Right? And lastly, what I would like to show you in these exclusive photos, that it appears to me, certainly to Ashley, certainly to girls who have tried to hide their hair in hats, that this individual is wearing his hat slightly above his head as if he's trying to accommodate a ponytail. It's a girl thing. Take a look. Oh, yeah, that hat is actually above his glasses. We could say that definitively. What's under there? Why would you wear your hat like that? You're going to commit a crime. You see, in the other staircase stuff, they show him looking down, so we assume it's low, but it's not. Anyway, I'll leave it at that.
So that would be Lance with the long hair. That would be Lance left-handed. And that would be Lance a little more buffed. Sorry, I was looking at some wild news. That's not true. That someone threw out in the chat there. Just wanted to verify it, see if we had any breaking stuff going on, which we do not. Let me see here. Does she actually show Lance? Because I mean, I guess we'll just find the pictures of him. Like, why not? We can find Lance. But I mean, let's just go Lance. And it's weird because the pictures that we have of Lance, or that we've had of Lance for a long time, were him just looking so skinny and scrawny. And now, you know, as soon as he was, I guess, in protection or whatever, now all of a sudden that's the picture we have of him. And I mean, this guy looks way buffer. This guy has that build. He has a way, wow, these are new pictures. I've never seen these before. But these are way buffer pictures of Lance now. Like, he just looks more broad. And I know it's not just the jacket. Like, he looks broad enough. Like, I made fun of this for the longest time. And he has a triangle on his hat. Of course he does. Of course he does. The world is a stage. Of course he does. Right? That build's just a little different, man. That build's bigger than Tyler's build. That's for sure. Tyler looks like he's more narrow-shouldered. Right? And then we go back to that. Let me try and pull that up one time. We're at 14 minutes there. Let me see here. Let me see if I can find that one image there. I don't know. Like that build. Of course, this guy's not that jacked or anything, you know. He's not like he's huge. But it does look more along the lines of this. That's just me, obviously. Especially when I see this one. This looks like a big guy. He looks like a big guy. He doesn't look like a Twinkie guy. And honestly, this guy doesn't even look like the guy that sat down in the courtroom. I don't know what's going on with Lance. The guy that you saw in the picture where he's wearing the furry hat versus this guy versus the guy you saw sit in the courtroom. I don't know what's what. Honestly. Yeah, someone said Lance looks muscular. Yeah, side draw profile or rounded. A lot of common sense podcast. I'm pretty sure he's not going to, but who knows? Who cares? Let me see here. Nah, you'd have to hear that from Candace. A lot of people think Tim Pool's going to be hosting the debate. You have to hear that from Candace herself, because Tim's a loser. Honestly, this is why yesterday I told him to shut up a bunch of times, because he's just a loser. He just says dumb things, and he says them all the time, and that's constantly what he's looking to do. It's just weird. It's just more of that 14-year-old boy inside a 50-year-old's body stuff that he puts out there. So we'll just wait to see if Candace actually puts that out there, because the last thing Candace said towards the whole thing was absolutely not when it came to Tim Pool. So there you have it. I mean, you know what I mean? I think Ian is coming in. He could be. Ian would be a good one for it, definitely. But yeah, when it comes to these two, I mean, that looks like that could be Lance. And then the hair as well. Someone said man bun on top. Yeah, that's what I mean. So you look there. Sorry, let me switch that. So you look there at his hat there, right? This is where he has the hair down. I wish I could just see the top of his head there, but you can see the top of his head there. You can still see it puffed out a little bit because of the hair, right? And ladies know this more than anybody. Then you put on the hat there. I don't know.
Is again, he appears to be left-handed. Okay, my government source says that he takes.
And I mean, it would just make sense. Why else would Lance need immunity? Like they're trying to lock in Tyler Robinson. They're trying to really lock in Tyler Robinson into the whole thing. And Lance, I'm not saying this happened, but like, why else would you get given immunity? You look at somebody and you say, hey, listen, I was on campus. The only way I'm going to talk to you is if I get immunity, right? And he doesn't have complete immunity, but he has immunity. It's not like immunity like everybody's thinking. I think they might announce something different come September 1st. But for the most part, I don't know. It's weird. Any type of immunity you get doesn't make any sense. And we all talked about this yesterday. If you're just asleep, sleeping, you don't need immunity because you woke up and you were sleeping and there's nothing anybody can do about it. And you provide information or you don't provide information, right? And also, if these guys were just prolapsing each other, why wouldn't they have each other's backs? I don't get it. Like they're writing, you saw a text message where it was like, I love you so much. Oh, I love you so much. They were saying that back and forth to each other. You think Lance would be like, yo, that's my man. That's my man. I'm not turning in my man for you. Who are you? I'm not telling you anything about my man. How about that? And then you and your man lawyer up together. How is that not happening? Anyway. So let's move on here. Actually, let me play a little bit more of this.
I gotta tell you, it never really made sense to me, the story of Tyler Robinson changing just his shorts. That was the story, right? And I just want to make sure that we reflect so you can really understand where we are at in terms of the Tyler Robinson narrative, okay? As it currently stands, they want us to believe that Tyler Robinson slept at home and then woke himself up before 4 a.m. on September 10th of 2025 because he had to leave his house in St. George before 4 a.m. to make it up to campus when they then catch him on walking by the neighbor's house at 8:07 a.m. That's that TMZ released footage, 8:07 a.m. So I want you to picture him waking up, putting on his favorite maroon shirt with some gray shorts. He then makes the 4-hour drive from St. George to the campus, gets out of his car, pulls into the garage, gets back in his car, pulls into the garage, finds the surveillance cameras in the garage, en route to go approach a Turning Point employee. It's like, I'm gonna wear my favorite shirt to approach a Turning Point employee because I intend to kill their boss. I don't know how that conversation went. I can't wait to hear her testify. He said apparently, hey, is this where the Charlie Kirk event is going to be? And she probably was like, yeah, it is. And he was probably like, I've never spoken about Charlie Kirk before. Hey, do you like my shirt? It's my favorite shirt. Yeah, that's how it went. He then went, this is according to the police, to Chick-fil-A on campus. We haven't seen any footage from that yet. We haven't been told much about that. My assumption is he had a meal before he decided that it was time to do crime. He then drives off campus, parks, changes his outfit, puts on a long sleeve black shirt, puts on blue jeans, and he says to himself, before we do crime, we do Wordle. That's a fact. 11:28, he sent his Wordle score to his friends. The word of the day was pouty, in case you're wondering. Once he sent that score to his friend, he said, no, now it's time. Then he shoves a broken down German 98 Mauser into his pants, and he starts limping back onto campus with a new hat, a new backpack, and we all know what happens next. He then jumps off of the building after killing Charlie Kirk, lands onto solid ground, like he had been practicing that maneuver. And what we know for certain is that he then changes back into his maroon shirt, but he leaves the jeans on. He's then spotted at Dairy Queen. He really loves that shirt.
Yeah, I think, who is this? Colin? I think you have the right idea. 3 different guys. That's what it seems like. It seems like the guy on the roof is different than the guy that was in the parking garage. I think there's 3 different guys. And I think if this was going to happen, can't say Lance did anything. Just because I can't. I want to, but I can't say that. But it would probably be the guy that he was banging out. It'd probably be him, and it'd probably be another person. I think that makes sense. And I think the other person is someone who possibly they thought was just like in a friend group and was actually tactically trained, and they didn't realize it. I don't know. It's really hard to say. That's what it sounds like. Everyone's saying everyone's going to moderate the debate. I think it's going to be Lance Twiggs. I think Lance Twiggs is going to moderate the debate. And he's going to be like AI, like when he was in the courtroom. He's just going to be AI. His mouth is, he's going to be saying things to Candace and Andrew, and his mouth's not going to be moving. That's it. He's going to be just talking just like that, mouth completely closed. That's how it's going to be, Yeah, someone just said at least 3 guys. Yeah, I think there's a whole thing. Listen, there's a guy who did background checks on me. It was a bunch of people that murdered this guy. Okay, and it wasn't weird trans people. That's just the way that you're able to. Even that. Wow. Even that is some of that more predictive thing that Candace was talking about with the maroon shirts. Even like, what's the last thing Charlie was talking about? Wow, he was talking about how violent that community is. And then they did something violent. Well, baby Jesus Charlie was correct. Oh, he knew. He just knew. That's what happened. Isn't that interesting? Hunter asks him that question. I'm not saying Hunter was a part of it, but I will say Hunter's asking him that question, kind of leading the witness. And by the witness, I mean all of us. Hey, do you know about this community? Do you know how many shootings this community is responsible for? Charlie starts talking about that. He puts down the microphone. That's the last thing he's discussing. And all of us go, whoa, it has to be those people. Charlie was just talking about it. It's like more of that same thing, more of that. Yes. Really weird. Because then, because you know who the first person was to say that he was a furry, right? You know who the first person was to say he was a furry? Benny Johnson. Benny Johnson was one of the first people to say he was a trans furry. I think he was the first person to say that, right? I shouldn't say right. I mean, if you guys don't know, that's what I saw as I was covering this whole thing, looking into it. So there's a lot of people involved. And you have to say, it's like the people who don't want you to look into it the most probably know more than what they're saying. What? 100 people get together and they're like, let's figure out where she lives. Let's figure out what her house looks like. Let's figure out this. Let's figure out where this random podcaster who tells dumb jokes, let's find out where he lives. He's talking about it too. All because We're talking about theories that are absolutely stupid, have no weight in the courtroom whatsoever, have zero evidence backing them. All these things that they say, and the evidence is overwhelming. Let's attack all those people. Why? The only reason you do that is there's a cover up. That's it. It's the only reason you do all of that. I mean, someone said Benny Johnson threw a glory hole. How dare you? How dare you, man? Benny Johnson's straight as an arrow. Everybody knows it. Everybody knows it. You can see it when you look in his eye. You know? I'm trying to see more about this debate. We'll talk about it soon. We'll talk about it soon. Oh, Candace said something. Let's see. The absolute crash out. Okay, she's just talking more. Okay, good. She's talking about what we're talking about right now. Beautiful. So we will pull that up right now. Thank you very much, Candace. Bunny Johnson. That's wild. Bunny Johnson. That's just insulting. That's needlessly insulting. You know, you don't have to say that about Benny, right? Anyway, Benny Booty Bandit Johnson's more respectful. Yeah, that's more respectful. Someone said Benny is as straight as an 8. Jeez, come on. Anyway, let's keep playing this just a little bit. Then I'm going to jump into the thing that Candace just said. Breaking news, ladies and gentlemen.
And he after that change, after committing that, he again goes back to that moon after the Dairy Queen, orders a meal because he ate, right? We know that he eats there. You can see that in the photo. And also, like, who amongst us has not worked up an appetite after playing Spider-Man on a rooftop? That's understandable. He then departs Orem and drives 3 hours down to Panguitch, to the Cowboy Steakhouse, where he seats himself at the bar and he orders a steak combo with a soft drink. I want to emphasize that. No alcohol, presumably because he doesn't want to drive irresponsibly and, you know, risking getting a DUI. He probably doesn't want to hurt anybody. So after that steak, he drives back up to Orem. I mean, long drive. Another 3 hours, this time because he wants to retrieve his rifle during what is the largest federal manhunt of my lifetime and probably every single person who's listening to this podcast lifetime. But Tyler's feeling lucky because he's wearing his maroon shirt. It's his favorite shirt. He returns to the scene of the crime, and if I am understanding now, I wrongly assumed that he had been pulled over, but actually we are re-listening to Agent Hull's testimony, and his testimony is best listened to on audio because they're showing you images and you're filling in blanks in your brain, but that's not what they're actually saying. They're telling you that actually, if you listen to it, I think what they're saying is Tyler stopped his car to ask the police officer a question. So he commits a murder, drives for 3 hours, and is feeling confident enough to actually ask the police officer a question. Listen to what Agent Hull says. Don't watch. Listen to how he describes it.
Now, what do we see?
That vehicle's now pulling away and heading east on 800 South.
And why do you believe that vehicle is Mr. Robinson's vehicle?
When that vehicle was stopped, it actually made contact with an officer who was doing security detail.
And do you know who that officer is?
Officer Goforth.
When that vehicle stopped, it actually made contact with an officer that was doing security detail. That sounds to me like Tyler stopped his vehicle and he made contact with the security detail. That's got some bravado.
You know what that reminds me of? You ever seen the Dave Chappelle skit where he's talking about being with his white friend and he's like smoking a joint? He's like, "Excuse me, officer." And he's like, "Oh, you can't do that. What are you doing?" "Officer, I'd like to know the direction." And the officer's like, "You just take a left. You go down there." And he's like driving and he's like high and he's like, "Watch this, Dave." "Watch this, Dave." "Huh? What do you say, officer?" His white friend's just being all bold. That's Tyler Robinson. Tyler Robinson's just cleaning his hands. "Excuse me, officer. Hi, my name's Tyler Robinson. Just wanted to ask you a few questions, sir. Your body cam on? I hope so. I want this to be a good exchange between the two of us." Just very confident, you know? Very, very confident. Just a super confident guy. Here, let's see what Candace actually had to say about this whole thing, because we are going to see some people flipping out about the stuff she's putting down. That's what we're going to get into right now. So we might as well start it with Candace. You know, that's the way to start the party, with Candace. So she says, I'm not above admitting that I'm enjoying the absolute crash out from people attending to cope with the uncompressed images of the maroon boy in the parking garage. Through their many tears and false hopes that we somehow edited the image, we did not. What they are actually doing is conceding that it does not look anything like Tyler Robinson. We win. Give them time. Everybody grieves differently. What a jerk. Wow. 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 What a jerk. Oh my gosh. No wonder they wanted to see the inside of this lady's kitchen. Oh my goodness. No wonder they wanted to find out how many nannies they have. Oh my gosh. Can't handle things like this. That's hilarious. Good for her. And she's right. She's 100% right. And what she's talking about is, you know, a lot of people are posting this imagery here. Yeah, that's not Tyler Robinson, clearly. Right? There's a nice close picture. I can even make that a little bigger for you guys. You know, that is definitely not Tyler Robinson. That jaw, that looks like a different type of guy, right? That is not the same soft-chinned Tyler Robinson that we have been seeing pictures of. That is a dude with a stronger jaw. That is a thicker dude. He's not like super more muscular, but he is a thicker person altogether, right? Let me just bring it over here really quick. Travis is like the Viva Cope. The Viva Cope. Viva is like, I agree. I agree. Oh, the person in this picture does not look like Tyler Robinson. Village crazy lady. But I have a question for you. Question mark for you. And perhaps Coleman, if Coleman's here. Coleman hasn't answered anything I've had to say. I hope Coleman sees this at some point. Do you not understand that you're sharing what appears to be an AI-enhanced photo from the original evidence? Perhaps that's what you fail to see. More questions for you right now, village crazy lady. Did you not bother to do 5 minutes of research before sharing this disinformation? Another question mark for you. Can you please send a message to Coleman as well? If you know him, he doesn't answer my messages. I have questions for Coleman. I put this together, very clear comparison, so you understand what you just did. I love how condescending this. I want to just swear. I just want to swear and say things, you know. This fool, we'll say fool.
And do you believe you recognize who
this fool is? So right there, that is the picture that you're seeing. So he's slowing it down and he's saying, look what you just did. You just shared something that was AI.
who that person is?
This is clearly compressed. You know, Baron even shed some light on this. This is clearly compressed, what you're looking at right here. I'll make that a little bigger for you guys. This is clearly compressed, what you're looking at right here. I mean, look at the Jeep. Look what the Jeep look. That's not what that type of Jeep looks like, you know? And then you go to what Candace showed. That looks like normal cars all of a sudden. This doesn't look like normal cars. That looks compressed. This doesn't look compressed. So that's Viva coping as hard as can be, you know? Very, very upset with the village crazy lady. Candace jumps in. She says this deserves to be community noted because it is an outright lie. The photo was not in any way enhanced by AI technology. To the contrary, the public was shown compressed footage by the court. Viva is welcome to continue his descent into Candace derangement syndrome as he can bank on Canada's free healthcare system to support his decline. Oh man, you're going to be waiting a long time. There was a lady that had a brain tumor that died in Canada. You know that? Free healthcare. Believe you me. Everybody wants free healthcare. Believe you me. It ain't all it's cracked up to be, especially when you let in all of India, all of China into your country. And then all of a sudden the whole system's clogged up. And they're like, hey, man, I have a brain tumor. Can I see a doctor? And they're like, it's going to be like 6 months. And she died waiting to see that doctor. Let me tell you something. It's not fun to have to pay for it. But boy, oh boy, do you get seen quicker. Okay, I'm just putting it out there. Absolutely crazy. What he is not free to do is to lie blatantly and suggest we use AI tools to deceive the public. I mean, just wild. I want to see the Viva say anything to that. There he is. There he is. If he was like, now that I have your attention, perhaps you can get a message to Coleman. Coleman has left me on red with quite a few questions that I've had for him. I know you know Coleman. Can you please talk to Coleman for me? No, Viva actually said the photo you shared is the exact same angle as the surveillance video that was submitted as evidence during the preliminary hearing. Are you suggesting that there are two videos from the exact same angle, one on a higher resolution from which you got the still, and the other grainier, wide-angled surveillance footage was that was submitted as evidence at the preliminary hearing? Are you suggesting, how much did you write, Viva? Okay, it's not that much. Are you suggesting that the original video was in high resolution and the video submitted as evidence during the preliminary was altered or distorted from being before being submitted? FYI, this will not be the first time people shared an AI enhanced version of a screenshot claiming this is not Tyler Robinson. I mean, I'm tired. I've said it before. I'm tired of the shtick of you being almost 50 and acting like young Sheldon. I'm so tired of it. Like, you know what I mean? I'm so tired of these guys. They turn 50 and then they're like, I have Asperger's. And it's like, no, you don't, man. No, you don't. You know, you don't. Okay. Leave that to the kids. You haven't even been diagnosed. You're just acting weird. Just quit being weird. Jeez. I just, if not, I'm so tired of the shtick. I'm so tired of it. We're in our 40s, man. No, you're not. Okay? Someone would have told you 30 years ago. Okay? If you're autistic. Elon's not either. He's just a weirdo. Sorry, everybody. He's just weird. That's it. He's done unspeakable things that you couldn't possibly imagine to be a trillionaire. That's all. It messes you up. What are we talking about here? You just didn't get punched in the face as a kid. You didn't have a brother like my brother. My brother down when I would do something wrong and he would spit in my face. He'd go, oh, and I'd be like, no. And he'd go, oh, and I'd be like, and then he would just spit on my face and it would keep me in line and it would make it so I didn't grow up to be a weirdo. You didn't have that. Okay? Just, geez. I'm so tired of the shtick. I'm so tired of it. Yeah, my brother is a savage. He's a savage. Yeah. Shout out to Chris. He's just a savage person. I don't know why. I guess that's what you do. That's how you be a good big brother. You kept me in line. You know? Now I know. I understand where it could go with men. If you say things that are too disrespectful, I'll be like, oh, this guy might hold me down, spit in my face. I don't know. You know? It keeps you in line. Keeps you good. And while I have your attention, I say that as a joke. That's how I make fun of him. I'm joking when I say that Viva talks like this. And now that I have your attention, another question: have you released the unredacted receipt yet? The one from the steakhouse. I was talking to Coleman about this the other day. That definitely proved Tyler Robinson was eating dinner at 10 o'clock and could not have gotten to Orem to send the text at 11 p.m. I don't think you released that yet, despite the promises. So funny. So funny. Viva. He's so good. He's so good. And listen, this is where I'll agree with Viva, right? Candace released the
And do you believe you
say Candace released this footage, right? This still, right? This is what they showed in the court. This was the blurred thing. I remember Barron even zoomed in on this and he's like, this is crazy. Like, what is this? You know, this is a blob. This is nothing. And then
and do you believe you recognize
this is what the
who that
court
person
showed.
is?
Yes.
That's when he blobs out. That was the face that people were pointing at, saying is Tyler Robinson. Absolutely ridiculous. I can go a little closer for you if you really want to see the blob. There's the blob. And then he shows this. And he's right. There are people who have shown this image, and this is an AI enhanced photo. I was even having a conversation with somebody. They're like, hey, take a look at this. This person looks like this. And I was like, hey, man, that's AI. So you don't really want to go based off of that. And a lot of people don't know that. Somebody made an AI. They wanted to enhance Tyler Robinson's face, or who they thought was Tyler Robinson at the time. They wanted to enhance the face to see what he really looked like. They used AI. It made a different face, and it just went into the zeitgeist of the investigation. And many people to this day still think that this is a legit photo, and it's not. So I'll give him that. You know, the Riddler got that one. But Candace Owens did respond. She said, I never once made any promise to release the receipt. You are lying again. Rather, I told you there was a receipt and it eventually would be released. Lying appears to be a new habit for you. As a general rule, I ignore pathetic men like you. Oh my gosh. Who make lying about me the focal point of their existence. Charlie always said we could outwork our opponents, but not out-tweet them. Oh my gosh. I will state again, my photos are not in any way enhanced with AI. Whatever you need to do to process that reality is a personal problem. I don't even like that Candace, I don't even like that she even plays into give him the raw, just give him the raw. Don't coddle this man. Don't coddle this long gray-haired man, okay? With this shtick that he pulls. I think that you said, perhaps I remember there was a promise to release a receipt. I think there was a promise to release a receipt, and I have yet to see this receipt release that you promised would be released. Don't play into that. He's just being weird. It's not really him. He's just... That's like when you see those kids, those young kids, what is it, Gen Z, Gen Alpha, and they're like, and you're like, that's not you. That's not you. You're playing too many video games. You think you're a character in a game. Oh, geez. Oh, you watch anime too much. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. That's how I'm going to yell at my kids when they're older. They come in acting like Viva. That's for dang sure. And then Viva says, I must have misunderstood what you meant by stay tuned when I asked if you had the receipt. I didn't realize it meant stay tuned for nothing. Oh gosh. Oh, okay. Oh, Viva. Okay. Oh gosh, Viva. Candace comes back again. Candace doesn't play around. Candace says, silly me, David. I must have misunderstood that you are such a shill that you would remove the context of the conversation, which was directly regarding you questioning the story and work of Diligent Dennison. I told you to stay tuned because I knew he would be dropping the receipt, which he eventually did, but keep lying. It seems to be serving you well. Wow. And she's right. You know, again, that's the shtick that I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. He does this thing where it's like, oh, I didn't quite understand. I'm just too intelligent. I didn't understand. I have a problem with conversation sometimes. Oh, I just, sometimes it goes over my head. I'm doing too many calculations at once. Okay, nerd. Okay, sure. Just okay, nerd. Okay, cool. all right, that's what it is. Okay. You don't understand. Oh my gosh. Anyway, Let's keep going here. Diligent actually calls him out. Says the photo you shared is real. Here's 2 more. The photo you shared is real. Wow. Because he's just going through you can go through a verification to detect. So the person Diligent just went through that just to detect it out there. Let's see, Candace say anything else? Or did Viva say anything else? Come on, Viva. And he could have talked to Candace. You stop talking? Come on. He must have quote tweeted her. No quote tweets? Viva. Wow. Viva stopped in his tracks, finally. Because you know what happened? He's probably in front of the computer or his phone, and he read that and he just went. He wanted to do the whole shtick where he was like, well, and he just went, screw it. I don't care. Hi, Jack. Can you contact Mr. Wachuka? I'm done for today. Yeah, I just want to log off, man. I'm tired of keeping up this shtick. Takes off his glasses, doesn't even need them. Yeah, I'm just tired of it today, man. I just want to chill and just drink a beer and just relax, you know. So yeah, I let him know 7 o'clock. 7 o'clock. I'm checking out. You know, I'll be back at it tomorrow morning. Okay. All right. Have a good one, guys. That's how he really talks, you know. So he really acts. Takes off, doesn't need the glasses. You know, he just talks like a regular guy, you know. Oh my gosh. Anyway. That was Viva flipping out, you know. Somebody was actually comparing the shorts. Oh, how about that? I just did all that. Now it's saying I can't share a video again. That's fine. Don't worry. It's okay. We don't need that function right now. How about that? So somebody just showing the shorts there and then showing Tyler's shorts here. I would say more so than showing Tyler's shorts there, I would say the build, right? The build is something else. He has that same type of build. And this is not even him recent, right? That's not even a recent photo of him. I'm telling you, man, it's you know, he's a, I don't want to say, again, he's not jacked. It's not like he's this brawny big guy, but I mean, you can tell that he is bigger than Tyler. Tyler seems very, like I said before, narrow. He seems like he's like, it's like he slumps. He just seems narrow. But Lance seems like, you know, when you look at a guy and you're like, man, if you would just decide to work out, you'd get pretty big. You know, Lance has one of those builds. It's completely different. But the shorts could be similar. Not sure there. But Barron did show a side-by-side as well of the photos. It was in response to Owen Benjamin talking to, I don't know, Bronson. I'm surprised Bronson wasn't in one of those group chats. What an amazing arced roof of a square parking garage. Wouldn't it be distorted and compressed? Wouldn't be distorted and compressed, would it? Oh, good observation by Owen Benjamin. There we go. So if you take a look at this, he's showing what they're seeing in the courtroom. Good observation by Owen Benjamin, man. So if you take a look at this here, I know you can't see it. I know you can't see it. Make it a little bigger for you here. Owen Benjamin as the moderator. That would be good. That would be solid. If you take a look here, you're seeing the cars and everything. You're seeing the road here, whatever. You're seeing more cars. And then you're seeing the roof of the parking garage. And if you look there, that's very arched. Very, very arched. Verifying that, yes, this is distorted in some way. I guess you could say fisheye lens. And fisheye lenses are very distorted. Very, very distorted. Yeah, exactly. It's not, somebody said it's common with cameras. It's not common with cameras to have a fisheye lens. It's not common, but it is done, especially when it's a bigger place and you need that, I don't know, you need more scope. You need to be able to see it all. Wide angle, what you're looking for? No, wide angle is not what we're looking for. I'm talking about fish-eyed. Wide angle would give you wide. Fish gives you fish. Fish-eyed. So what you're seeing there is very, very arched, pointed out by Owen Benjamin. Good call there. So this guy is showing original courtroom to compare to Candace's photos. Knock yourselves out. Owen Benjamin comes in and says, what an amazing arced roof of a square parking garage. That wouldn't be distorted and compressed, would it? Solid observation. Barron then jumps in. Barron and Owen are becoming friends. I would love to see Baron Coleman and Owen Benjamin talking about some stuff. I don't know what they would talk about, but I would love to see it. Look at the difference between what Candace released and what they played in court. Hers has natural spacing. The court version is compressed garbage. And that is very true. When you take a look at it right there, nice and big, very compressed. You look at Candace's, normal. Very compressed. You look at Candace's, normal. Very compressed. Candace's look normal. Interesting. Interesting. You know? So, John Bray, the court showed a garage full of Power Wheels. Yeah, kind of. Very weird. So, that is the nonsense that has been going down. A lot of people, of course, on one side are saying this is AI, and Candace has come forward repeatedly now and come forward and said, no, this is not AI. And I even said to you as I was playing the clip, I'm like, remember that she said this, because she made sure to say, hey, this is not altered in any way. She made sure to say that. Let me see here. What's this? Everyone needs to rally behind Coach Colin. Oh, what has Coach done to any of these idiots? Well, that's true. That is true. What is this? Okay, yeah. Let's see here. Let me just see here quickly. I know you guys can't hear it. He lives in Tennessee. It's so funny. What a weirdo. Anyway, so people are just, I guess somebody reposted that clip of Gary talking about me, but we'll get into more of that later on. Even Barron's like, did I follow that correctly? Even Barron's like, Gary, I didn't run a background check on Coach. 1 minute later, yes, I did run a background check on Coach. Did I follow that correctly? Yep, you did. You followed that correctly. You're following it as a guy who knows that it's been outed, but he still wants to deny it because he doesn't want people to know that he's doing that type of thing. That's why he doesn't know what to do now. He's just like, well, what's the problem? What's the issue? I don't understand. He knows what the issue is. He knows why he's doing that type of thing. He knows what's going on. Anyways, let me play this for you guys really quick. Oh, I have to remember they don't want me to play any videos. Isn't that right? So I have to stop sharing my screen. Stop sharing. Then I have to reset because we're going to talk about Andrew Wilson, ladies and gentlemen. And we'll get into who the moderator is. I have my suspicion of who the moderator could be. Because apparently this moderator has agreed. Tim Pool did go out there and say that it was him, but you have to remember, guys, I know. It's hard to believe, but Tim Pool acts like a complete dweeb when he's online. Okay. He's one of those guys. I wear a hat because I would wear a hat because I would get cold or I just like the way it looks. He wears a hat because he's an emo guy who still skateboards and thinks that one day he's going to be a rock star. Okay. So it's a big difference. Okay. There's different types of bald guys. There's different types of hat wearers. Okay. Don't worry. We'll get to it. Anyway, let's jump in here. People are telling me who the moderator is. Yeah, don't worry. We'll get to it. Don't worry. We're here. We're all here together. Don't worry about it. Let's play this clip really quick. Candace Owens, ladies and gentlemen, talking about Andrew Wilson, the smoking gun. That's what I call him. I think you would like that nickname, the smoking gun. Oh, I think he'd love that nickname. He's been talking about Candace. He's been talking about the debate as well. I'll show you some of that after we play this clip.
I'm going to kind of give you the update of the show.
Whoa. Slow it down. I haven't done that in a while. Okay, you got to give me that.
We are trying to figure this out, is all I could say. I have had no new demands since the in public negotiation that he insisted on. He has had a lot of different, let's do this, let's do that. Whoever his team is, you never know who you're emailing. Really, most of it, I think, just based in paranoia. I don't understand why. I don't know. Like, do you really think I'm the type of person that would like embezzle funds from you and then be like, haha, I'm not going to give you the money and I would rather just go to prison for embezzlement? Like, no, not really reasonable. No, my team is not going to be cutting mics or doing anything crazy. I could have done this just one-on-one. The whole point of us having a moderator is to concede that moderation to somebody. So effectively, I will be in the studio, but I will not be in control. The person who has stepped up to moderate, which I think we've got to get it over the finish line, and this person is trying to help. It was Andrew's pick, second pick. Michael Knowles declined to do it respectfully, as I knew he would. And this is Andrew Wilson's second pick, and I'm very grateful to the person for doing it. But it has been quite the experience trying to get this over the finish line. I mean, right away, we're left with me just being like, you can't smoke cigarettes in my home. And his wife seems unwell. She came apart at the idea of him not being able to smoke cigarettes. Just respectfully, I really don't care what you call me. She instantly, while he was trying to negotiate a clause that says he automatically wins if there's any ad hominem attacks, his wife, who seems to jump into all of his debates, was trying to be like, this is ridiculous. Why can't he smoke cigarettes in your studio? And she said, no smoking, typical woman nonsense. I'm surprised she hasn't Me Too'd anyone. Like, what? What is the logical leap there? I'm going to Me Too a man because I'm not going to let your husband chain smoke cigarettes? Like, do you have any respect for yourself? That doesn't even make any sense. I don't even know. And then she wrote again. I mean, she was going crazy about these cigarettes. She wrote this. Yeah. Who clutches their pearls about smoking? Zoomer soy boys, maybe. Or the type of woman who reports everything to HR. Like, I don't even know what this is. It's so trashy. I can't comprehend it. And I'm a person, I have family members that have lived for short periods of times in trailer parks that I've slept in when I was younger. Kind of nice, by the way. They get the nice little trailer park settings. I've never seen this. I've never seen this level of low class. No, I was like, okay, I guess I'm a Zoomer Me Too'er because your husband can't chain smoke in front of me. She just kept going and going. Then she was like showing photos of me pregnant while I was doing backstage the Daily Wire. Yeah, just so we're clear, it's not a tiny little studio. It's an entire warehouse. Like, that smoke is not baking anything. And it's also a cigar. Cigarettes, to me, like, you can smoke them. The idea of smoking inside of a house, to me, is just gross. I'm sorry. It's just gross.
Absolutely disgusting. My dad used to do that in his own house, but it was crazy. Absolutely crazy. It was too much. It's insane. I had a friend that did that. Mom had cancer, I think. Well, they also lived in front of, like, those boxes that are like radiation. They live in front of those. Mom had cancer. Brother had cancer. Dogs had tumors. It was crazy. Walls yellow, charred, gross, wild, crazy, just nuts. I mean, it's the worst thing ever. The worst thing. I couldn't imagine it. Someone said, I smoke inside and it is disgusting. Stop doing it. Stop smoking inside. Smoke outside. Get outside, balance it a little bit. You're doing something terrible for your health. Do something good for your health. Get outside, take a walk, When I used to smoke cigars, I would always just, let's just go outside, smoke a cigar. Like, what are we talking about here? It's insane.
This stuff stains the walls. It smells. It's just not what I want to do. And by the way, just to be clear, Andrew was not protesting that. I think he understood that couldn't happen. And he's been a part of debates where you can't smoke, but this woman came undone. I was just calling me names and couldn't believe that I said her husband couldn't smoke in my home. Like, try having some respect for yourself. You can't smoke in my home. And then someone pointed out to me that this is like a routine thing where she just jumps into his debates, but his brand is like manosphere and patriarchy and like putting these like girls, only fan girls, in their place and telling them about how they shouldn't be living this life. And yet his wife is way out of pocket. And when that girl that we showed you, Charlie, debated him and was about to raise a valid point about, if you're going to be lecturing about this lifestyle, do you embody this lifestyle in your own personal life? And he sort of crashed out. What happened after that was his wife called in and started debating her.
Yeah, that was a very weird thing. I'm sure you guys all have seen this, where Rachel Wilson, who was also on Joe Rogan's show. Yeah, I don't even know. I don't know how this thing comes. How's this? Who was also on Joe Rogan's show. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? Huh? What? Why? What are you doing? I mean, just ridiculous. Also on the show? I mean, wow. That is crazy. For what reason? Just have Joey Diaz. Have Joey Diaz on 40 times a year. Every time doing something like that, just say, "Hey, Joey, can you come over? I'll pay for the flight and everything." And just have Joey Diaz talk to Joey Diaz. Where's Eddie Bravo? Where's Eddie Bravo? Why isn't Eddie Bravo on the show 9 times, 20 times a year? Dave Smith on twice in 1 month? What's going on? What are you doing? Whatever. Everybody they can have their own guests. It's fine. Can't tell somebody who to have on their show. You can't do it. It's just gross. Rachel was on? For what? I mean, this is a JRE floor dish. I mean, what are we talking about? It's just crazy. Ugh, come on. Rachel's on the show. So Rachel's on the show. I'm not even going to get into the JRE part. I mean, it's just crazy. This is sad. I don't understand, man. But she's on the show and she starts pretty much stepping in for Andrew. Andrew leaves. Be sure. Be very clear. He left so he could smoke. Just be very clear about that. He left so he could smoke. And he leaves so his wife can now berate this lady.
I think that is more significant than.
Okay, well, I think it would be if, and I know why people assume this. I do understand why people assume it. They're just wrong in their assumptions.
You got a lot of baby fathers, okay? It's one or two things, okay? It's either you're a little reckless with it. No, I'm not going to get too explicit. You're a little reckless with it, right? And you're a little reckless with guys, or, and this happens. And, I think, this happens. Me and my brother have different dads. I have 2 brothers I grew up with. We have different dads. Or you misjudged the person, and you misjudged once, you misjudged twice. And despite the fact that you're still married to the guy, you misjudged 3 times. Bad judge of character. That happens. Bad judge of character. I think Andrew has some kids with her. I'm pretty sure. There's no way you could just have it'd be crazy to just have the kids, that aren't yours, and then just not have any others. There's no way. I refuse to believe that. There's no way. So he has to have some of his own. But again, another misjudge, right? I mean, what are we talking about? Someone said choose better. Yeah, choose better. There's that. There's discernment. See, someone else said discernment. Yes, discernment. 100% discernment. Like, what are we talking about here? Right? Does that, come on. Bad picker. Someone said bad picker. Exactly. It's okay. But it's like she comes on the show to like explain herself. But I have to say, this Charlie girl who was debating Andrew, right? And this is aside from everything. We're get back to the Candace stuff. But I mean, this whole Charlie thing is very much what she said applied to Andrew, and it did not apply to his wife. His wife is his wife, and she has lived her life, and she doesn't have to explain herself during his debates. The only thing that really had to be explained is that he pushes these, not just Christian, right? Because I have Christian values. I discuss Christian values. He has these holier than thou type of Christian values, a lot of pride within his debates. And when you have a lot of pride and you don't have any humility, then you say things like you lick schniz, you yell at people, you say, screw you, you all the things that he said to her, because that's a lot of pride and that's insecurity. If you have humility, you say, yeah, I stepped up and there's other kids and they're not mine. And, I'm not going to let those kids not have a dad. And, and I love her. So why wouldn't I love those kids just as much? Those kids are beautiful. And that's what Christ taught us to do. They taught us to just embrace that type of thing. I'm going to do as it says in the Bible. I'm going to be a father to the fatherless. I'm not going to leave them like this. There's no way I could. And I love my wife like Christ loves the church. So what else could I do but also love the body of Christ, like the body of my wife, the people who came from my wife? Perfect explanation. That's all he had to say. Instead, he's like, you lick schniz and you're this and you're that. And he got so pissed off, he had to go smoke and he had to get his wife on the phone, and his wife has to defend herself. And the reason she has to defend herself is because he couldn't defend her. He could have said what I just said. That'd be it. Done. You would show her the virtues through your own religion. The only problem is he's not really feeling it. There's one thing to be it and to say you are, and there's another thing to feel it and actually put it forward. It's very different. I've talked about this before, but she's right, Charlie. She's right to say, hey, man, you espouse all these values. You talk about women who have multiple baby daddies as low value women. This is a common thing in the manosphere. Common thing in the manosphere is to say, oh, this chick is ran through and she's this and she's that. And what kind of man does this and that? This is a typical thing to say in the manosphere. And it's typical to say, I wouldn't be with a woman like that. And I wouldn't be with a woman like this. And it's like, you devalue all these different types of women. Obviously, some lady is going to get in front of you and say, hey, don't you have a low value woman? That's what's happening. That's all. That's all. That's obviously what's taking place. Don't be like that. What do they say? Don't throw stones, or don't, glass houses and all that stuff. If you got glass stones, don't throw them at a rock house because your stones will shatter. That's what they say, right? Something along those lines, Yeah, 5 kids, 2 are Andrews. Yeah, that makes sense. But anyway, it was just a silly thing. Yeah. And it's funny that Candace just is finding out more and more about Andrew. And I hope, honestly, aside from this clip, I hope she finds out enough. I hope she finds out enough to not let him in her house. Man, don't let him in your house. You guys got money. There's $500K being thrown around both ways. It's also funny. He's like, I'm going to crowdfund and make $500K. Do you know how difficult that is to do in what are we at? 3 days? $500,000 in 3 days from your audience? I don't know about that. That's weird. And you already had the $500K for her. Gonna just get that money's not coming from where he's saying it's coming from. I don't think that's his money. What did Lainey say? Don't throw Rode microphones either. I think they're made of glass. Yeah. You don't throw Rode microphones, right? That's what they say in that saying. Something along those lines, Anyway, So I hope she learns enough to not let him in the house. I mean, it's just not good. Not good energy, man. Like, you're gonna let him see your kids? There's no way. You can't do that. You can't have, he's gonna be around your kids, even if it's just walking by. That's not good. It's not good, you know? Anyway, let's just play this quickly.
As Andrew had to unfortunately explain, that ended not even because I left, but because he beat the crap out of me and was being pursued by the...
Oh my God. All right. So I didn't even know all that. And, you know, bad picker. Like she said, like that's a bad situation to be in. So it's so crazy. So now he comes back after his wife has explained everything.
She would have lived her life.
I mean, I don't even have to play it. Like, conversations like this just seem so low value to me. It's just like nuts. It's just such a nutty thing. Don't let him in your house, Candace. Don't let him inside your house. You ever seen that movie? What's that movie called? Is it called Sinners? Where the vampires can't come inside your house unless they're invited, right? And they know that, so they can't come through the door unless they're invited. And all the vampires in this movie are controlled by one vampire in the back, who's like the ultimate vampire, and he's controlling everything they do, and he can see through their eyes. That's what's going on. And the vampire that's controlling everything is like BB and Ben Shapiro, and don't let them into your house so they can see everything. It's crazy, you know? Anyway.
The wife is a thing. It's a thing. And she jumps right in and she speaks on behalf of her husband. He tells her to shut up, which I would, when he says, is that abusive? Yeah, my husband does not tell me to shut up, and I do not tell my husband to shut up. Just to be clear, I would never allow that in a relationship at all. It seems crazy to me to say to your wife, disrespectful, especially when you're on live TV or like live in a live debate. To be fair, I did tell his wife, I suggested she should shut up. So like maybe it's an extenuating circumstance when she just kept tweeting about the cigarettes. Like, your husband can't smoke in front of me. I don't know what to say. He's not allowed to smoke cigarettes in front of me, and he's not complaining about that. So why are you online authoring 37,000 tweets and finding photos of me trying to pretend that I'm a hypocrite? No one has ever in my entire life, to be clear, in my entire life, smoked cigarettes in a home that I've lived in. It's my home. So it's a strong no. And he did not try to negotiate being able to smoke cigarettes, but it's just incredible to see the kind of people that Turning Point USA is affiliating with or bringing in to teach debate tactics is my broader point. I'm amazed. I really didn't know who this guy was. I knew nothing about this guy until he went on Joe Rogan, and then we started looking in and trying to figure out stuff about him. And the more I find, I am just amazed that this is Turning Point's horse. Like, we brought him in and paid him to teach our students to debate. So when I say to you guys, it's a very good idea if you're a parent not to allow your children to get involved with Turning Point USA because of the characters that are around. Victor Marx, this is the person who's going to be training people to debate and being paid to do that. Like, this is what I'm talking about. They're no longer the organization that had the image that Charlie wanted. Charlie was the exact opposite of this. Always respectful in his debates, no matter how fired up they got. It was one of his rules. He would never denigrate. He's not tagging people in to defend him. Certainly not the kind of person that would ever tell his wife to shut up. And he lives his life honorably. Okay, he would not be having his wife scream about smoking cigarettes.
This person is absolutely crashing out right now. Hey, coach, this lady thinks all smokers, including your father, have zero morals. My dad left me when I was a baby. What? And I met him 10 times. And then he disappeared for 8 years. And then he came back for 3 and then died. You're using the wrong example to try and incite me to rage, sir. I'm thankful. I'm thankful for him because it made me want to be a good father. But you're not going to have me be like, who's saying that about my father smoking? Had cancer and he didn't stop smoking. Had colitis and wouldn't stop drinking. What? What? Okay. You're using the wrong person. You're going to let him say that about you? I am, actually. I'll let him say that. You know? At some point, he was a paratrooper. At some point, he had discipline. He had, charisma. He had good looks. He all the things that you could have, but at some point it fell off. Okay, so wrong example there to try and make me go like, who said this about what? This guy doesn't. Do you watch the show, bro? You ever heard the stories? I've told you stories. What are you talking about? Oh my gosh, it's so funny. And I used to smoke, and when I did, I actually had less morals. Sorry, you barked up the wrong tree with that one. you barked way up the wrong tree with that one. Coach, you gonna tell this person? Hey, coach, are you gonna look at this moron? You don't still love your father? He's dead, man. What's wrong with you? He died from cancer because he wouldn't stop smoking. Let him be a lesson to you. What? Look at this dummy. Oh my gosh. Anyway. Are you gonna fight for me? Come on, you love your father. You think my love for my father is going to make me fight for you? What? What is wrong with people? Oh my gosh. Some people. Oh my gosh. Oh man, that's so funny. It's okay. Don't worry. Some people don't like smokers. I don't like cigarette smoke. I think cigarette smoking is crazy. But when I smell when I smell the green, I'm like, oh, that's a delightful smell. I don't smoke it anymore. I stay away from it. But every time I smell it, I'm like, oh, that's so nice. Oh, I love the smell of weed smoke. I love the smell of flower. I love the smell of roaches. I love everything about it. I just can't do it. It's just not good for me. Yeah. So so funny. You don't still love your father? Are you my father? Are you my father? Don't you still love your father? It's me, son. It's me. Are you gonna defend me? Bro, he's dead, man. Come on. What are you talking about? He's cremated. He's in my brother's house. He's cremated, man. Like, what are you doing? Oh my gosh. Anyway. Oh man, people did say Matt Walsh stepped up, and he did. Someone said the smell of bong water. Yep. I mean, I love everything about it. You have no idea. I love everything about weed. I just can't do it. I have to stay away. It's not good for me. That's it. I love everything about weed. Oh my gosh. I love it. I love rolling backwoods. I like rolling with zigzags. I love everything. I love you roll it just perfect. And I love a filter. I love no filter. I love everything about it. I just can't do it. I'm just not the guy, Anyway, Matt Walsh steps up. I will step up and moderate the Candace Owens, Andrew Wilson debate on one condition: that the arguments are presented via freestyle interpretive dance. This will heal America. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Matt Walsh has stepped up. I don't know if they'll accept this. I haven't seen any comments from either Andrew or Candace, but it seems like I think Candace is not going to accept this. I feel like, it could be wrong. Just to jump in there, Candace also saying, just letting everyone know that we've secured a moderator for the upcoming date. Other details are being confirmed, but the moderator was confirmed late last night. So that was yesterday, less than 24 hours ago. We'll update you. I will update you when everything is formally locked in. I'm doing everything I can to make it happen. So I think it's going to happen for the simple fact that she said she locked it in. I mean, if the moderator is locked in and Andrew has already agreed to everything that Candace said and vice versa, then we have a debate, ladies and gentlemen. People are saying, come on, Tim Dillon. A lot of people talking about Tim Dillon. I think somebody in the comments said, obviously, it's Dave Smith. That would be an interesting one. I can't believe Dave Smith says, I can't believe they got Ye. That makes me think it's Dave Smith even more as the moderator. Some random dude says it's me, guys. There you go. This is a whole bunch of people. Nobody is stepping up and saying it's them. Nobody is stepping up and saying it's them. So we'll see who it could be. I have no idea right now. I saw somebody on X was saying, it must be me. It's definitely not me. I do not keep secrets. I would tell you guys immediately. I would tell you guys. And I'm too biased. I recognize my biases. A lot of people don't. I do. I don't like Andrew. Yes, I could remain impartial, but I want to see Candace win that debate. You have no idea. I want to see Andrew stumble up. I wouldn't be able to resist from making jokes. I would do an impression. I would walk in with a cigarette in my mouth, just in front of Andrew. I just couldn't do it. I'd be the worst, I'd be the absolute worst. I think it should be Ian. Somebody said Ian Carroll. I think it should be Ian. I think that makes the most sense. I know he's been dealing with some health stuff, and that's been like on and off for him. But I think he would be great. I think he'd just be great at it. So we'll see. Somebody posted Coach Colin just removed his picture of Joe Rogan. That's funny. All right, let's go on to Andrew. Andrew is getting ready. Andrew's getting like ready. He's like he's shadow smoking. He's like, he says, this is hardly the first time I've been in territory with a hostile audience and high profile debate opponent and the cards against me. And it won't be the last. For you, it's the Friday of all Fridays. For me, it's just another day of taking on a terrible worldview. You're a nerd. Well, Phil, that was the nerdiest thing I've ever seen anybody say. I have to agree, Jim. I've never seen anything this nerdy before. I'm actually surprised he was able to go to this level of nerdiness. I mean, for a guy who smokes, he certainly acts like a dweeb. It's very counterintuitive. The smoking, usually a habit for people who are charismatic, sometimes charismatic, laid back and whatnot, but apparently for him, it just keeps his dweebiness in check. I have to agree with you, Phil. It's pretty wild to see somebody get this nerdy. I mean, this guy definitely plays Dungeons and Dragons. Do I have a good read on that, Jim? I think you do. I really think you do. I think Dungeons and Dragons 100%. This is the nerdiest person we've ever covered here. Dun, 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 dun. So ridiculous. And he's like, for you, it's the Friday of all Fridays. We watch Candace Owens' show, okay? We get crazy roller coaster stuff constantly. Almost every week, we get crazy roller coaster stuff. For you, it's the Friday of all Fridays. You've never been paid $500,000 from not Turning Point, and definitely not the Daily Watch. Definitely not. Just straight from your fans only, of course. They're just, you're crowdsourcing. Oh, okay. You've never been paid this much money before for a debate where you suck, right? I mean, that's you. We are all used to watching crazy, wild things. This is what we do. We watch crazy, wild things. We get together and talk about it. This is a regular day at the office for us. It's something completely different for you. Okay. You can act like it's nothing. You're like, come on, man. For me, it's just another day at the office. You have five kids, and 3 of them aren't yours. And I would be surprised if all the fathers are active in those kids' lives. You have a lot. You have a lot going with this, and I'm being serious. It's it's a lot to take care of 5 kids. Everybody knows that. Guy needs that money. What are we talking about here? That's why he went and worked with Turning Point. He called Erica Kirk a moron and then went and worked with Turning Point. Guy needs the money. It's not easy raising 5 kids. Whether they're yours or not, doesn't matter. If you're taking care of them, you're taking care of them. You're flipping the bill. That's it. What can you do? He needs money. Acting like this is nothing for you. Yeah, right. You crazy? Bro, we're adults. We know what it takes to take care of kids. It's crazy. And good for you for doing it. Honestly. I do really think that about him. Like, great that you're doing it. I don't know if he's good or what, but at least he's trying. A lot of guys don't try, counter to what that Aaron person said. My dad didn't try. Don't you still love your father? Defend smokers. I didn't even ban that person. I was like, this person's too dumb to ban. This guy's way too dumb to ban. Oh my gosh. So funny. Anyway, we'll keep going here just to get into the last of the debate stuff. But Candace Owens says, Rachel says, I only debate ideas, practices, and worldviews. I never attack people's children, spouses, or even the person unless they draw first blood. Oh, God. It's like when a podcaster calls himself an artist, right? I really don't like when people build themselves up into too much. I don't like it. It just gets to me so much. Oh, I'm an artiste. And they don't even say artist. They say artiste. It's like, okay, man. Okay. Just, or a comedian calls themselves an artist. Just do the fart joke, man. Hurry up with the fart joke punchline, man. What are you talking about? Ugh. This is ridiculous. So crazy. And this person, this guy's wife, unless they draw first blood. Hey, man, you've never been in a fight like that. You're not a UFC fighter. You're a lady that debates sometimes. No one draws any blood. Anyway. Someone said, okay, Rambo. Okay, Rambo. Oh my gosh, that is hilarious. But that doesn't stop people from doing it to me because they cannot beat my argument. So they're like both debaters. Oh God. Ugh. Oh my gosh, that is just ugh. Anyway, Candace said back, girl, I literally requested no cigarettes and you called me a Zoomer soy boy who's likely to Me Too men. Have some class. Oh my gosh. Just incredible. No, you're actually wrong. You're wrong. Karen, you're wrong. If you actually listen to what he says in his video where he talks about working for Turning Point, he says that you guys, talking to his audience, are going to pay to watch me destroy these people. It's actually what he said. This was a while ago he said this. He said he is going to have his audience pay to watch him destroy people like Candace and Barron, etc. So you can go back and watch that video. We've played it a few times on here already. Yeah, you can go check that out. But geez, Candace just laid in. Girl, have some class. Oh my gosh. Yeah, hit that like button, guys. Please hit that like button. It helps tremendously. You have no idea. Okay, just hit the like button. My brother just messaged me. What did he say? He goes, I'm rolling up something right now. There you go. You see what I mean? Oh, I miss the days. I miss the days of rolling something up, you know. But sometimes you got to let go of good things to step into great things, you know. Not everybody. I have multiple friends that are millionaires, and they smoke every single day. They smoke every single day all the time. It's actually crazy, you know. So to each their own. My brain can't handle it. My brain just shuts down. Oh man. And then geez, I completely just cut off Viva there. I'm sorry, Viva. Let's go here. Viva steps in. Well, he. I have a few claims for the debate. I have a few claims for the debate. Perhaps, riddle me this, Candace Owens. He has a few claims. So she says that Charlie's mic exploded. And then months before that, she said Charlie got shot. And he wants to know where the discrepancy is. Hey, Viva, you have to watch this show, man. Okay? Good gosh. You have to watch the show. Someone said my podcast is part of their smoke routine. I would imagine so. I can only imagine how funny this is. After you smoke a blunt or something, I think that'd just be, you know, I think that would be great. Right? I didn't have to pay a lot of times when I would smoke because people thought it was so funny. They're like, I got to smoke with this guy. So I didn't have to pay for a lot, you know, until I got ruthlessly addicted. Then I had to pay, you know, because I wanted to smoke by myself. But yeah, isn't that crazy? Part of the smoke routine? That must be fun. 5 hours too? You can smoke like multiple. You could sit and you could smoke and watch this and then smoke again. That's pretty. I'm a former smoker. I know how great that is. That's fantastic. That's great. You can just keep on watching and you don't have to change anything or think about like what you're going to watch next. I just start talking. That's amazing. It's actually amazing. Anyway, that's what Viva wants. Viva wants those claims spoken to. And then, hold on. Am I tripping out right now? Hold on. So Viva is crazy. Okay, so he says this, okay? So he puts this out there, microphone and the bullet. So he wants to know the discrepancies. Okay, so he does it on this post. Candace says, you cannot make the debate claim about something neither of you nor I have stated. Okay. Then he just does the same thing on the same post again. This is wild. And he just adds more things. He is. So who said that? Someone said he's getting out of hand. He is getting out of hand. Get your hand out of it. I think he's getting out of hand. This is crazy. So he just posted again and he just shows the bullet, shows this. Charlie was murdered. In honor of Charlie, I stand against Philadelphia. Somewhat related, Charlie was not concerned, going to be killed by transgender furry, blah, blah, blah. Abandoning the pro-Israel cause. I mean, all these things. And this is the funny thing about Viva, right? Because he introduces himself as someone very, very intelligent. Very, very intelligent. And he doesn't realize all these things are connected. So he talks about, Candace saying Charlie was not concerned. He was going to be offed by some T community furry after a full day of arguing with Zio Rangers about him abandoning the pro-Israel cause, right? So that's one thing. Then she says, we will never forget Charlie was murdered for this war. So those two things are linked because America did not go to war for America. It wasn't even just for Trump's ego or anything like that. It was solely for that other nation, obviously. So those two things go together. Then she's talking, then he has her talking about a bullet, and that's what she first thought when it was all happening. Then she moved on to the microphone as she started learning more and more about the whole microphone and learning John Bray's work. All these things are connected. Does he not realize that? He sucks, man. This again, it's the same type of thing. If you're the super smart guy and your stuff is getting foiled by the guy who's taking pictures off walls and talking about blunts, a part of people's smoking routine, then you're not smart guy. Okay? You're just Weird Al. And I didn't want to call you Weird Al, but that's what people in the comments call you. And I don't participate in that, but that's what you are. You're not that smart, man. You just have glasses on. Frank Turek wears glasses, buddy. That's not good enough. Absolutely crazy. Just ridiculous. Ugh. I can't believe he doesn't understand all those things are connected, you know? But somebody told me he's Philadelphian. Is that true? I mean, I guess so. Yeah. And he's from Quebec. I mean, I don't even know what to say about that. I mean, everybody who lives in Canada knows what I mean when I say that. I mean, the guy's from Quebec, for God's sakes. Jeez, Lou, from Quebec. I mean, there's almost nothing worse. I mean, Quebec is just the Philadelphia of Canada, just sucking the country dry, hates every other culture except their own, doesn't even want to speak the language that the rest of the people speak, racist people, just absolutely ridiculous. I mean, Viva escaped Canada. Man, listen, Viva didn't escape anything. He's from Quebec. That's in his blood forever. Just stays there, you know? It's just stays there. It's never leaving. You have no idea. It's crazy. Let me see here. Why did I have this lined up with this? Let me see here. Oh, the debate. But Barron doesn't talk about the debate. That should be over here. Okay, I had one person come up with a very interesting theory, you know? Someone said the devil is attacking you. What is this? Devil is attacking you because you're bringing people to Christ. You are more dangerous than Candace because you are standing up to the fake Christians that drive people away. Bless you. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. And it is interesting, you know? The closer you move to Christ, it's like they know. I was just talking about this before all this stuff happened, and background checks and all this weirdness. I was just talking about how this Orthodox priest, the Orthodox priest, was talking about how when you go into prayer, there is something that you cultivate, relationship with God, closeness with God, that as soon as you do that, the other side, demon, Satan, whatever, wants to pull that away, wants to suck that away and get you into your lower emotions of pride and anger and rage and all these different things, which is why when you're having a really good day, then all of a sudden somebody just comes like it's planned and they try to mess up your good day. You know, you ever notice that? It's kind of the same thing. It's weird. Very, very weird. But yeah, just as I'm moving closer to Christ, like I've never been this deep in my faith before, ever. And then all of a sudden this stuff happens. All at once. I read the St. Michael's prayer with my coach. He introduces it to me. Then I look at Candace Owens's X page and it's the St. Michael's prayer for no reason. She just posts that, no context whatsoever. Just posts that. You know what I mean? It's just thing after thing. It's really weird the way it happens. So maybe you're right. And also I declared, and I've been declaring every day, to remove the attachments of gluttony. I say to remove this demon of gluttony and this lust of food, because that's my issue. I don't have lust in terms of like women and stuff. I have lust over food. I have a thing of gluttony where I want to consume, right? And I actually I've been declaring that I want detachment from whatever that demon is. I want that demon I want it to know it has no reign here. I've discussed, you know, with my coach, we were doing these prayers of putting that demon of gluttony to the foot of the cross for sentencing. I've been very explicit about that. I've been walking very proud and being very loud about saying that. And then all of a sudden, all this stuff comes. And when I get stressed, I eat. So all of a sudden, I declare that demon, that gluttonous demon has no dominion over my life, because Christ is what has dominion over my life. And then all of a sudden, I get put in situations where I would normally get stressed and start eating. So it shows me that it's real. Shows me that it's very real. Anyway, let's get in here, guys. Let's get in here. You and me both. Overeating, you know. Someone said overeating, but berating smokers. Yes, you should stop both. People are so stupid. It's so funny. Like, yes, you should stop doing both. 100%. 100%. You should stop doing the things, you know, especially smoking. And look at this. It's just as smokers, especially cigarettes, you know, you can make arguments about weed, but just as cigarette smokers, you know, there is a prayer. I should actually look this up. There is a prayer, or sorry, I should say there's a part in the Bible. What's going on, Oliver? I'm looking at our text. If you're still here, I'm going to read it, but don't worry. I'm not, but there is something. Okay. It's in the Bible. It says, do not be greedy for every delicacy, and do not eat without restraint, for overeating brings sickness, and gluttony leads to nausea. Many have died of gluttony, but the one who guards against it prolongs his life. That goes with eating just as much as it goes with smoking. That is a delicacy. That's not a necessity. That's not something that you actually need. Do it if you want. I don't care. Like I said, I love weed smoke. I love it. I love it. I love the way it smells. I love the way flour looks. I love it when it's crystallized and all cool looking. I love it when there's notes of blue. I love it when it smells like coffee. I love it when it smells like oranges. Like I love it. I couldn't even type pink kush. I love the way pink kush smells. It smells so deep, so strong. I love when your fingers get sticky. I love it. I love it. I just can't do it. That's all. But those are delicacies of life, you know? And when it says overeating there, you can just say consuming. Why do you need to do it all the time? Are you sure? Are you sure you need to do that all the time? You really don't need to, but you do. And maybe what's happening when that is happening, maybe the enemy knows that you're supposed to have a long life because you're supposed to touch the head of your grandchild, and that grandchild's supposed to look you in the eyes. And that grandchild's supposed to know legacy because of you and learn something from you and want to be a better person because of you. And that's really the lifespan you're supposed to have. The enemy knows that, and he wants to shorten that lifespan so that grandchild never gets to meet you. And possibly you never get to have that child. You gotta be aware of why you're doing things, you know? Anyway. And that's just me. That's just me talking to myself in reality. But let's get into it. Khalifa Kush, bro, you have no idea. I love it. I love it. I can't lie. If my wife would let me, I would have a jar of weed just sitting there just so I can smell it. But I know she won't let me do it. She hates the smell. She hates it. So nah, I'm never gonna slip. I can't. It's the weirdest thing. Anyway, let's get into it. This person had a very interesting theory. Shout out to Red Pill Reality. You don't even follow me. Wow. You don't even follow me. So this could be like more of a threat. The reason they picked Andrew is because of his incel following. After you annihilate him, this is this person tagging Candace. After you annihilate him, they will have a narrative ready to go. Some incel patsy will Charlie Kirk you. By incel patsy, I mean Philadelphia. The writing is on the Wailing Wall. There you go. Interesting. Wow. Possible, you know. I mean, crazier things have been happening as of recent. So, you know, I couldn't possibly just say that that's not true. You know, there is a reason for this, more so than just Candace is wrong and stupid. Like there's something else going on, you know. She's what she has to say about this investigation is not that important. And they're acting like it's the end all be all for some reason, right? Andrew did say, and we can never forget this, Andrew did say it was supposed to be you. We can never forget that he said that. He said it was supposed to be you. What does that mean? He still hasn't explained what that means. He hasn't explained it to Tucker. He hasn't explained it to Candace. He hasn't explained it to the public. Nobody's looked into it. Nothing. So who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Right? So they, you know, you never know. They might try something like that. Couldn't put it past them. Could not put it past them, honestly. So, yeah, and it's like he did rope her in. Like, I mean, you know, I don't know. It's hard to tell. But, you know, I saw Lainey. Lainey said something in the chat. She said, she said Candace has looked evil into the face. I'm paraphrasing. I don't remember exactly what you said. She said Candace has looked evil directly in the face when she met with Erica Kirk, and she came out of that just fine, and the Lord will protect her. And I was like, you know what? True. Makes a lot of sense. Someone said AK is very dark indeed. Yeah, he's very dark. And if you notice, and this is also how you know that there's a connection between Turning Point and Andrew, even though they say there's no connection whatsoever. This is how you know. This is how you know that there is some kind of connection there. Because what have you heard Andrew say recently? Before, Andrew was commenting on every single thing that Candace would talk about. Every single time she had something to say, he would have something to say. Now, nothing. You notice that? Same with Blake. Every single time she had something to say, Blake made sure to get in front of her and had something to say to her. Now, nothing. I'm checking their pages right now to see if there's anything. You know, same with Blake. Absolutely nothing. You know, he had that one thing where he just spit out a little part of that article. But before, he was getting the clips from the group chats, I would assume, and he had a whole bunch to say. Now, not much. Just as they locked in that whole thing, right? I guess Blake did have one thing to say on, I think, Saturday. Blake did say this one thing here. He said, I wonder how Charlie felt about people who made up lies about his wife. And he did repost the Candace thing. Okay, so you got Blake saying one thing. Okay. Correct myself on Blake. But where is Andrew? You know? Where is Andrew? Anyway. Someone said, find the thing of Bart Simpson disappearing into the bushes. That's Homer. Homer disappears into the bushes. Yeah. So there's just that. Weird. You think they would have more to say. You think they'd be saying something about the debate, but all of a sudden they're like, no, I don't want to say anything about the debate. Even when Candace said, you need to be claimed by Turning Point, they didn't even speak up and say, we don't claim him. That's not what's going on. You think that would have dispelled everything. But Andrew's just like, that would require us both to lie. That was it. But you think Andrew would have stepped in and been like, wrong again, Candace, just like he has been for the past 10, maybe 2 weeks now. I think Blake would have stepped in and been like, that's absolutely ridiculous. They didn't say anything. So you're right. There is a reason that they're silent on this, and there is a reason why Andrew wants this debate so bad. So we'll see what comes of it. I think whatever happens, I do agree with Lainey. I think whatever happens, I think it's within God's will for sure. I think she is protected by something that is far bigger than any of us to judge and stake any kind of authority over. Someone said Gary's head literally looks like he's wearing a lampshade. It reminds me of that is not what my email is for, guys. Someone just emailed that to me. Was it that important? You had to email that to me? What's going on here? You know? Are you nuts? That is so funny. All right, let's get in. Welcome in. Baron Coleman here, ladies and gentlemen. If hack, quote unquote, journalist Brandy, what is this? Zad Rosie? I'm just gonna say Brandy. I'm not doing it. Not today. Not with this name. I'm gonna have to say that name 10 different times. I'm just saying Brandy. wants to selectively release text messages to make people look bad. It's fine. I released our entire conversation last night. You be the judge if she's an honest or decent person. Hint, she's a disgrace. Baron Coleman, ladies and gentlemen. Wow.
Guys, welcome in. I'm fearful for Tyler Robinson more than.
Okay, so we are going to have some Baron Coleman on here because I was going to talk about this. I was going to talk about this journalist who apparently was running this weird documentary. I watched part of it. I watched a good chunk of it, and you know, I watch things just to get a feel for like who a person is or what their agenda is in everything. And I was like, this is really weird. This is like the things she was doing was very, very odd. So that's the first thing. We're going to get to the Baron clip. I'll push that over here. But just to get a feel for this, Candace also talked about this lady. She said Charlie Kirk hated this reporter, Brandy, so much so that when she contacted me almost immediately after his passing, I had a visceral reaction, told her to kick rocks, and reminded her how nasty she had been to Charlie in Turning Point USA. It is, of course, expected that Charlie's wife didn't care about that at all and chose to open the doors up and grant Brandy an interview, despite the nasty articles that Brandy wrote about Charlie, which is still available on the internet. I have learned that Erica prefers to grieve with Charlie's enemies. I'm glad Brandy included my response to her in this trash piece. So there's like this whole little thing that she ended up doing. It was really weird. Really, really weird. It was like this little, it was like a little documentary type of thing. It's very garbage. Very, very garbage. So I'm just going to show this also just because Baron Coleman also released this. He said, I'm not sure if selectively releasing portions of text messages to make someone look bad is a cause of action, but perhaps it should be. She should release all of our texts and then compare it to what she selectively released. That includes my polite late text where I offered to chat. Narrator, she was in fact in touch before she was dropping her shill hit piece. What a disgrace. Okay. Interesting. So she chose to selectively find things to say about Baron. Baron's going to release the whole thing. I don't even want to see her selective nonsense if that's what she did to Baron. But we'll get to Baron's part in this whole thing because he seems pissed with this lady. Candace also said, in regards to this little tweet that this Brandy lady put out, she said, Charlie trafficked in conspiracy theories. In death, he became the main character in The Ultimate One, spun by the White House. It's a tactic I imagine Kirk would have approved of. That's interesting. And Erica gave that lady an interview. Okay. Yeah, I know Baron already released them. That's why I said we'll get to the Baron part after. Can you imagine, this is what Candace had to say, can you imagine sitting down with this woman who authored this tweet just 6 days after your husband was offed, insulting your husband as a conspiracy theorist? I'm sorry, but I cannot with any person still pretending there isn't something deeply wrong with Erica Kirk immediately taking over her husband's organization only to partner and collude with all of his enemies. Please just stop pretending any of this is normal. It feels like we are in the throes of the longest running Dateline episode ever. Yeah, it does feel weird. I was talking about that earlier. This whole thing feels weird. Everything feels so off. Oh, and this is her reporting on the whole thing that happened with Charlie. Let's hear that. Let's see this. Thank you very much, Ali Top Files, as always, with the clips.
And you can see from behind me, this is a recreation of the tent where Charlie Kirk lost his life at Utah University in September, and people are taking selfies with it. You can see from behind.
Wow. Okay. So she was one of the people reporting on that whole thing. That's weird. And she didn't like Charlie. That's pretty interesting. Let me see what else people have here. Let me see if there's anything.
Bible, nowhere in any religious tradition does it say if you're a widow, you get a free pass to lie to anyone you want, to gaslight everybody you meet, for everything you've ever done in your entire life that is dog doo-doo.
That's an old Barron clip. That is not what he had to say right at the clip that I'm going to play. We will get into this here. Let's see. Let's jump over to this Barron clip really quick. This is just one more thing that proves this Brandy lady is no good, apparently. I've never heard of this lady, just by the way. So I have no bias towards her, you know. But I want to see what Barron has to say. I do have a bias, and I like Barron better than her because I don't even know her. Yes, this is exactly how Brandy behaves. I'm sorry you lost your daughter, and Brandy used it to write a hit piece about your hesitancy. Wow, that's sad. That's really sad. The new Turning Coat USA will partner with anyone that will do their bidding, including the very people Charlie was fighting. Wow. This B word destroyed my life right after my daughter died with a hit piece. She is pure evil and nothing but a paid attack dog. Doesn't matter who you are. Oh, that's sad, man. That's sad. That sucks. Here, there's some words I can't say here, but I'll read the text message between the two. So the guy says, "Why me? I'm no one special, just a grieving mom." Okay, lady, sorry about that. Why me? I'm nobody, just a grieving mom. Don't want to be in any kind of spotlight. Plus, you haven't heard my entire story yet, what would make you interested? And then Brandy says, it's the same story I told you about. Parents who are using social media to tell their stories and how these stories affect the V, you know, the V thing, you know what I'm talking about? The V debate. I get you about grieving. And if it's a no, I totally understand. It seems like you want your story out there though. And you've become pretty prominent voice in the V thing that no one takes or wants to take, in the choice community. Don't want to pressure you at all. Wow. So then she kind of like destroyed this lady's life. That's pretty crazy. That's pretty gross. So she seems like a shill paid attack dog type. Okay. This is Barron getting into the text messages here between her and him. And then he also talks about her dreadful piece. We'll get into that in a second as well.
I'm going to show you something here. I don't do this often. I don't do this often because I don't like when people do this. Because I think when you release communication, it should be as a shield, not a sword. But Zadrozny's left me with no choice because she's acting like I, your humble host, refused her offer to discuss this, and I was of no help. Wednesday, February 11th. Notice it's August. This was 6 months ago tomorrow. It's now August. She's been working on this story since February. Hey, Barron, this is Brandy Zadrozny from MS. Have a sec to talk today? I'll be honest, I'd never heard of MS. I thought she was talking about multiple sclerosis. I didn't know if she was like trying to raise money for a medical charity. No idea what she was talking about. No idea what MS means. Can you be more specific? Sorry, MS Now. Used to be MSNBC. Used to be NBC News. I'm still getting used to it too. Ha, 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 ha. Roger got it. Happy to chat by text. Okay, does that sound like I'm rebuffing her? I don't want to have anything to do with her. I'm refusing to be. No. Okay, then she posts a recent article about Steve Bannon and Jeffrey Einstein. Great, thanks. The short of it is that I've reported on Charlie and TPUSA for nearly a decade and think his death and the fracturing of his organization is one of the most notable events in recent memory. And to document it all, we're working on a narrative podcast that tells Kirk's story and documents to fallout from his assassination. Part of the story, will have to be about the distrust in the FBI's handling of the case. Oh man, I didn't quite capture it all. But I copy it down in a second, so I'll show you that. And the most notable events in recent memory, and to document it all were, here it is, yeah. Part of the story will have to be about the distrust in the FBI's handling of this case and the questions that you and so many others have been interrogating. I'm reaching out to you and some others who have been authoritative in this space to see if you'd be willing to talk on the record or maybe be up for a kind of profile of you and your work. I'm less interested in trying to prove or disprove alternative theories. You're part of what I think of as the great splintering of modern media, and I'd love to talk with you about it. We're making several reporting trips the next 2 months, so we have some time if you're at all interested. Happy to answer any questions. Does that piece that she produced sound like that she is wanting to talk about the great splintering of modern media? Does it? Because it doesn't to me. It doesn't to me at all. I've embedded some questions in your text above. So I copied her text, and then in brackets, I put all my questions. So here's her open. I reported on Charlie and TPUSA for a decade. Can you send me a few representative articles of your reporting on Charlie and TPUSA? I just wanted to get an idea of what it was that she thought about Charlie Kirk and TPUSA. And think of his death, the fracturing of organizations, one of the most notable events of recent memory. Then me. Can you elaborate on what is notable about A, his death, B, the fracturing of his organization? On item B, can you send me documentation where TPUSA is fracturing? Hey, I'm not going to take everything you say at face value. You're going to have to support your claims here. And to document it all, we're working on a narrative podcast that tells Kirk's story. Me, what is Kirk's story? His biography, his founding and leading of TPUSA, his death, and documents to fallout. Can you define fallout? That was me. Can you define fallout? What is the fallout you're talking about from the assassination? Part of the story will have to be about the distrust in the FBI's handling of the case. And then I comment in the brackets here. The case is being led by Utah authorities. Do you have parameters around what portion, if any, is being handled by the FBI? If so, can you share them so we can be on the same page? Guys, this is basic stuff. If you're going to claim that there's distrust in the FBI's handling, which part are they handling? I've got to know what's alleged to be distrusted here. And the questions that so I ask, what is your understanding of the scope of my questions? What questions am I asking? In other words, what claims are you wanting me to defend? And so many others have been interrogating. I'm reaching out to you and some others who've been authoritative in this space to see if you'd be willing to talk on the record. Bracket. I need to see the answers to my questions above to make sure we're operating on the same understanding of the work I've done to date before evaluating whether to participate in your effort. Or maybe even be up for a kind of profile of you and your work. Bracket. All of my work is publicly available. I'm less interested in trying to prove or disprove alternative theories. Me. Bracket. Can you define alternative theories, and on what basis could you conclude they are alternative? You're part of what I think of as the great splintering of modern media. Me. How so? And I'd love to talk with you about it. My questions are bracketed. Happy to review your responses. That's right. You're a lawyer. We'll reply ASAP. When you see me heart something, that means I'm done talking for now until I hear back that on a different subject. Please stop responding. If you're ever in a text conversation with me and I heart something of yours, that's like, hey, we've had enough tonight. Let's go to bed. Not with each other.
That's true. I have sent him texts. He does do that. It's exactly what he does, and I love it because I feel the same way. It's perfect, but he's 100% telling the truth. He does do that. That's exactly what he will do. He will heart something, and then that's pretty much the end. He won't keep going after that. 100% truthful.
just stop talking to me. That's kind of my. And she took it. She stopped talking. And then she responded. Sorry for the delay. I'm juggling assignments because of the Einstein drop. So regarding the podcast, we're still in early stages, and as we talk to people, more of the story will take shape. Happy to answer some of these, but I don't go into reporting with a fixed idea of what I find or the conclusion I draw. As I learn more, the story will reflect that. And then she sent me a few representative articles on her reporting on Charlie and TPUSA. Charlie talking about her, a video of her at TPUSA that went viral. And then she answered some other stuff. Can I elaborate what's notable about his death? I've written and believe that he could have been president. He was one of the most powerful figures in the MAGA movement. Without them, there has been a vacuum at TPUSA. Oh, Zadrozny. On that, we agree. On that, we agree, and I agreed back in February. I think TPUSA's fracture is evident in the recent firings, but also I've attended TPUSA events and talked to fans online, and the audience is not unified at all in their support. Oh, that didn't make it in your piece. You blamed Candace. Blake Neff quoted your piece and blamed Candace. Oh,
Don't worry. We're going to get to him actually talking about her piece, the piece that she put out. I always love for people to see what's real and then to see the manipulation afterwards, not the other way around. That's how we usually find out about things. And then we're hoodwinked. That's how we usually get hoodwinked. I like to do it the other way. I like for you to see what's real and then see the manipulation, because then it looks that much more sinister. Then you really understand what people are trying to do.
Oh, wait a minute. I thought it was our fault. Some people thinking Erica shouldn't be leading because she's a woman. Others think more nefarious things. This isn't uncommon in big orgs that lose a leader. Brandy, all that was noticeably absent from your reporting when you were just hacking around on people who've been covering this case. And to document it all, we're working on a narrative podcast that tells Kirk's story. Yes, a profile of Kirk in life and death, and documents the fallout from how his death has impacted TPUSA and the wider conservative movement. Will the org survive without CK as its leader? Well, MAGA. And then she responds to some of these. The FBI was criticized for Patel's early posts, especially the texts. I'm aware that the Utah County Attorney's Office is handling, but the press conferences with Patel and Cox and Mike Smith and Jeff Gray muddled that fact for the general public. I believe I saw a post where you were calling for the FBI to investigate. What's your understanding of the scope? I've watched several of your videos. I'll watch them all if you decide you're interested in talking to me for the project, but I've seen ones where you say you don't think a bullet killed Charlie, and I've examined alternative methods, maybe as Mike. I've also seen videos where you seem to interrogate the theory that there was a cover-up by Kirk's inner circle. Okay, so you've seen a little bit. Alternative theories here, theories about outside the FBI and UCAOs that TR acted alone with a gun. Okay. How am I part of the great splintering of the modern media? Mainstream media used to be gatekeepers. Boy, do they long for the day that they can return to that. Because she's part of the mainstream media. She wants to be a gatekeeper. She wants to tell you what you are allowed to believe. She wants to tell you what you are allowed to read, what you're allowed to hear, what you're allowed to see. These people are so fundamentally dishonest in the way they come across. These people are so there was a time in the United States where if Walter Cronkite said it, it happened, and if he didn't, it did not. That time, ladies and gentlemen, has passed. Walter Cronkite is quite dead. He's been dead. All of the mainstream media has lost their gusto. They've lost their oomph.
That's right. That's why they turn to things like Turning Point, people like Benny Johnson and different people on YouTube. That's why they turn to them. And they actually become the new gatekeepers. It's funny that Barron actually said that, because when Benny Johnson said it was crystal clear 4K, and then Jack said it, and then Officer Tatum said it, and then Graham said it, it was so. And you could not go to you could not oppose what they had to say. That's how it's been in the conservative movement. That's how it's been for a while, actually. It's been this way. And also, there's the Democrat liberal creators as well who do the same thing, where they dictate. They say, well, this is what happened. Well, the president did this, and it was thermonuclear, and he owned this, and Rubio's great, would be a fantastic president. And whoa, I can't believe this. And Tucker Carlson's not a real journalist, and all sorts of things. Now that's done. That's done. You have people outside of it, You have people outside of it who can actually say other things. Okay, let's move on to, I want to see him cover this piece. And thank you so much for breaking down those text messages, Barron. Otherwise, how would any of us have known about this? Honestly. And again, that's another thing. Before it was kind of like, before you had the ability to share your messages as well, she would just be like, this is what he said. Here you go. And that would be it. And that's what those mainstream people are used to. So it always throws them off when someone like Barron does something like what he's doing right now to expose this lady. or Candace jumps in out of nowhere and just starts, you know, this is a thing. Anyway, let's get into this next part. Now, she did this breakdown. This piece wasn't just like a written piece. It wasn't just an article. It was almost like a mini documentary of sorts. You'd probably call it an expose. And she was really moving towards the same theory that most people are having. Or sorry, I shouldn't say the same theory that most of the shills are having, which is that Candace is wrong. Candace is crazy. And I did not hear the part where she mentioned Barron. I didn't get into that part, but hopefully he shows us that right now. Let's get in. Let's jump in.
Guys, the conspiracies around JFK are right. I mean, they may not be exactly right, but you know what they've uncovered? It probably wasn't Lee Harvey Oswald alone from the 6th floor of the school book depository, just like it probably wasn't Tyler Robinson alone from the roof of the Losi Center. I mean, those are like, I have no idea why that's the way she chose to open this. I will say this. When we talked by text, she said, it's not my intention to cover this based on conspiracy theories or to badmouth conspiracy theories. I'll show you those texts in a minute. But in 47 minutes, she uses the word conspiracy 38 times. I counted. Yeah, bored you have to be to count that? That's how closely I watch this. That's how closely I watch this. She does introduce your humble host here in a not so flattering way, but I will allow it. I will allow it.
Now with the mid-sized planets, they don't have an audience that Candace needs. Instead,
hey, look at that.
She just said that Candace doesn't need you guys. But
Candace doesn't need those guys. It's James Lee. It's Valhalla. It's Elizabeth Lane. It's Project Constitution. Chris Martinson. Blake. Blake Benzinar. Nisi. Mel. Brandy and Billy. And then that VP, I don't know, Sean something or other, and John Bray. That's amazing. That's amazing to put those people there. Wow. Especially Billy and Brandy. Like, Billy and Brandy really go out of their way to do their own investigations. They really do. John Bray does his own work. Barron does his own work. Jane, like, what is this even? So silly.
I disagree with that wholeheartedly. Candace needs you.
they supply the fresh content to feed the overarching narrative. Guys like Baron Coleman, a lawyer and a former radio.
I think she had to try to get a picture that bad of me, by the way. I don't think she could have. I guess she could have chosen a worse picture, but that's not ideal. I mean, if she would have asked, I would have sent her one.
Host, whose show Owens calls the after party to hers. Coleman is a just asking questions guy. The word allegedly hangs on a sign behind him in his home office.
You got a problem with my sign? You've got a problem with my sign?
That's hilarious. Wow.
All right. Fair enough. Fair enough. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. I did not mean to interrupt her, but there it is.
His value comes in the holes he pokes in Tyler Robinson's criminal case.
Those aren't conspiracies. She's undermining her entire argument here. The holes I poke in Tyler Robinson's criminal case. If there are holes available to be poked in the case against him, Brandy, that's known as reasonable doubt. That's kind of the definition of a criminal trial here in these United States. I don't know about you guys in other countries. I know 30+% of our audience on any given night comes from outside of the United States, but and the way we do it here is the prosecution makes a case, and if you can poke holes in their case, the guy goes home. That's kind of what happens. So if you're accusing me of poking holes, if that's your big beef, I'm poking holes in the case against Tyler Robinson. That's kind of how news works, Brandy. You ought to try it for once.
Now, Coleman's pet theory, and it's maybe the most popular one, is that the rifle that prosecutors allege was used to shoot Kirk couldn't have done so because that gun was too powerful not to cause an exit wound.
The case was over. Tyler Robinson's not, I mean, in my opinion, not going to get convicted. because that neck wound is so inconsistent with a gunshot.
Now, the prosecution.
That's not a pet theory. That's just fact. That's just, I mean, even some of the most strident critics of your humble host, the only reason I know those critics exist is because that was their pet theory. People like snipers and people who train snipers. That's also their pet theory. It's not a pet theory. It's just, if I shot you with a rocket launcher and it bounced off your chest and didn't go through you or didn't explode at you, you might think that I actually didn't shoot you with a rocket launcher. If I
That's true.
Dropped a nuclear weapon on your house, or if that's what I was alleged to do. Baron Coleman, he dropped a nuke. He dropped a nuke right on my house. Well, can I see your house? Yeah, it's right over there. And there's like a little burn mark on the upper part of the attic. You probably could guess that I didn't actually drop a nuke. And if you tell me I shot you with a 30-06 in the neck, and it looks like your neck just sort of opened up and didn't, as Jimmy Dore once said, blow a drive-through window out the back of it, then you could probably guess that I didn't actually shoot you with a 30-06. That's not a pet theory. That's just observation. Those are the skills of observation. Brandy Zadrozny of MS Now
Hasn't entered an autopsy into evidence, but.
And that's not actually true. I'll back that up just to hear, because what she said is not true. I don't know how long she's been putting this together, but in my opinion, not going to get convicted. Because that neck wound is so inconsistent with a gunshot.
Now, the prosecution hasn't entered an autopsy into evidence, but.
They actually have, Brandy. We saw it. We saw clips of it anyway. We heard a little summary read from the autopsy report that was in fact introduced into evidence at the preliminary hearing. So you're wrong, and that's okay. I'm not going to judge you for being wrong on one fact. I'm sure I've been wrong on a fact here and there.
See, that's the thing about this, right? I love that Baron just, knows that, like, really quick with it like that. But it's not that she doesn't know. Right? He's being generous, being charitable. It's not that she doesn't know. It's not that she's unaware. It's that what the mainstream does and continues to try to do is to mold people's realities. They try to bend people's realities. And this is how they do it. So she'll just say, well, this hasn't actually happened. And, the people who are watching this at home, they don't have Baron to chime in and say, actually, let me just tell you exactly how this actually works. She missed a fact here. They don't have any of that. So they take what she's saying, and she knows this. They take what she's saying as gospel, right? We in the YouTube community, someone said gatekeep, exactly. We in the YouTube community know that, well, we feel like you should be watching multiple shows. Like I tell it to people all the time. It's not fun. It's not easy to stay informed, but you got to go from one show to the next, to the next, to the next, and that'll keep you informed. And maybe you should have 10 shows that you watch. Maybe you should have 20. I don't know. But you can't just use one person, right? As just your everything, because there's certain things that certain people don't cover, et cetera, et cetera. You know what I mean? It's hard to stay informed, but you got to do it, right? It's your right as a sovereign citizen. That's your right. You want to stay informed. That's your right. That's your strength also. And God, of course. But yeah, that's what she's doing. She's doing this purposely. That's what's happening there.
But people close to Kirk, including his head of security, have said that the bullet was shot from a rooftop above, moved down, and fragmented inside Kirk's body. Coleman, without evidence, posits that instead of a gun, Kirk may have been killed by an explosive device hidden in a microphone or a necklace.
I don't know that I've ever posited that, have I? Have I ever posited that? I've speculated. I've wondered aloud. I've covered the possibilities. I don't know that I've ever posited that. I don't think you could go show a clip where I say, this is what happened, ladies and gentlemen. I know a lot of people have. There are a lot of people that have their pet theories and they stick to them like glue. If you go to Blake Bednar's and you say, what happened? He's going to say he was killed with an explosive from his necklace. Okay. If you go to John Bray, he's going to say he was killed with an explosive from the microphone. Okay. If you go to Baron Coleman, he's going to say, man, there's a lot of things out there. I don't know what happened. Something moved under his shirt. It was very inconsistent with a 30-06 wound. We need to keep looking into it because I don't think that we yet know what happened. But Far be it from Brandy Zadrozny at MS Now to let facts get in the way of a good hyperbolic rant on conspiracies.
That's what I mean. See, again, it's like you can't find a clip of that. They don't care to find a clip of that. The messaging is he's doing this without evidence. Conspiracy theory, conspiracy theory, conspiracy theory. No evidence. Align him with Candace. Make Candace radioactive. If she's radioactive enough, he will also get radioactive as well. That's the goal. That's what she's trying to do right now.
Then we've got a
And then she moves on. I got a little issue with that. I'm going to show you some text messages in a minute that gives you a little more of an issue. I want to watch how she covers John Bray here. I think what she does here is very unfair to John Bray. And she gets in a little dig at your humble host here at the end.
creators with tiny audiences can hit gold. John Bray, that guy with the farm and the explosive.
Where did you get these pictures? Why do you have John Bray looking like he's on a 3-day fentanyl bender? Why is that the way you chose to cover this case? You know, you could do like an honest job and put up normal pictures of people. Like, I'm not making fun of your aviator glasses. I'm not making fun of the fact that you look like a tired cat lady.
Jeffrey Dahmer. 2026 Jeffrey Dahmer, you know, because this is what Jeffrey Dahmer would look like in 2026. You know, he'd switch it up. He'd be like, you know, he'd have different pronouns and all that stuff. You guys know.
I haven't said any of that. That's not how I intend to cover the news. But every time you get these pictures of people, you like get a mid-word so that they look absurd.
Floating mic theory. His tiny channel has a link to support this work that goes to his Blue Mountain Farm website. In early December, he starts to appear on some of the bigger truther shows, like this one from a guy who goes by the handle Trigger Smart. The next day, Baron Coleman covers the Bray theory.
I think he's onto something here.
And
that word think, Brandy, means something. I think he's onto something here. Now, at no point did I posit, at no point did I posit that John Bray was 100% correct. In fact, I've said I got some issues with that theory, but it's as good. It's better than the 30-06 from the Losi Center theory. I'll give you that. Way better than that.
Mike Riley said it's like when Coach pauses Candace. It's like the white version of Coach and Candace here. It's like you're in another universe. And this is Coach Colin. This is Coach Colin in this universe. This is Coach Colin. And this is Candace, you know? And Candace is telling you why conspiracy theorists are bad, right? This is another universe. Oh my gosh. Okay. Let's get back to it.
then Candace gives him a shout out.
I have seen John Bray and the work that he's doing. I find it to be very compelling as well. And I have been communicating with him behind the scenes.
For John and his farm, a small miracle, a massive influx of orders and messages.
No one could have ever guessed the variables that have come together to sort of allow us to now be known really worldwide. Lately, we've had so many requests for people wanting our products across the globe.
You might have...
That, again... Okay, so John apparently, I've never ordered his products. I'm sure they're nice. John apparently makes quality products that people like. And since he's got an audience, he sells them. Tucker Carlson sells Alp. Delicious Alp. Is there something wrong with Tucker Carlson for selling Alp? Is there something wrong with him for selling gold products or whatever else he owns a little piece of that? I mean, what is your point, Zadrozny? Are the aviators too heavy for your face and it's causing you to not be able to think properly? Now, I want to show you what she says here that's got me all lathered up because I think it's unfair. And I'm going to just, I'm going to do what I'm going to call on the prosecution to do in a minute. I'm just going to show it all. I'm going to open my Komodo and show you what I got.
I tried to talk to John Bray to check what I found and ask him what I was missing about his theory. He declined to be interviewed, as did most of the Kirk conspiracists mentioned in Candace's network.
Oh, most. Well, for those that didn't decline, Brandy, did you ever follow up with them? Get them on the record? Or would that have hurt your narrative? I'm going to show you something here.
And that's where he gets into the text messages. So I knew, and that pretty much was the chunk that I watched. And it's very odd that she would, well, I shouldn't even say that. It's not odd that she would do this. This is what they do, right? This is the lengths you go to when there's some kind of, and I don't know what, some kind of cover up going on. You get the mainstream involved, you get the inner circle involved, you get conservative commentators involved. As much as possible, you make sure you echo that it's overwhelming. You make sure you echo that these people who are questioning are conspiracy theorists. You make sure that you echo that Candace is crazy. You make sure that you try to intimidate her with personal information. You intimidate the people who cover her work with the same type of intimidation. And you just keep on doing it and keep on doing it and keep on doing it until the case is done. And if the case doesn't go your way and those people end up being right, well, then you figure out a way to possibly arrest them or something of that nature. And if you can't do that, well, then you go after them. Blah, 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 the way it always goes. So I'm not shocked that this was going on. I'm actually surprised it took this long for the mainstream to start doing stuff like this. I thought they would have started doing stuff like this like month 2, month 3. I'm surprised it's just shy of a year and they're just going into this now, right? But also, it seems like they're gearing up because if they had done this in month 1, month 2, well, whoever is going to be on this jury, they may have missed it. I don't know. There's so much going on month 1, month 2, but they make sure month 11, month 12, they start doing stuff like this. That way, as we get to a point where there's going to be a jury, as we get to that whole point, at least they have something fresh to grab onto. These are going to be regular people, by the way. So we better make sure to get something on mainstream television, on mainstream networks. They better understand that this Candace is a crazy person. They better understand that the reason these people are doing it is because they're going to get orders on their website. It's all about money and clicks for them. They better understand that Baron Coleman, he's doing all this without any evidence. So anything that you might hear about him in his show, well, just know that there's no evidence backing it whatsoever. The most researched guy in the game. It's crazy. The most researched guy ever. That's what they're trying to do. They talk about tainting the jury pool when it came to Candace Owens, when it came to everybody questioning what was going on. But again, they accuse people of what they're guilty of, and they will now engage in this exact same behavior. Because what happened to what happened to Charlie Kirk doesn't seem like it had an incredible amount to do with Tyler Robinson. Seems like there was something else at play. I think we've all analyzed the text messages. We've all seen his evolving opinions. We see now that there was a merger of militaries on deck that he would have opposed for sure. There was a war with Iran that he would have opposed for sure. There were weird things going on with money. He wanted to understand what was going on. And all together, you put all to that together, he's just a problem. And believe you me, you can go to the Middle East and see it. They'll kill you over nothing. So you better believe they'll kill you if you're a deep state figure and you're going against the grain. So anyway, let's get into these supers. Let's get into these coffees, ladies and gentlemen. That's all I had to say for today. Yeah, like the video, guys. It helps tremendously. You have no idea. Please hit that like button. Hit it. Hit that like button, please. We have a video. Oh my gosh, what happened to your neck? Jeez, we got a video here. This person looks like they are distraught. But let's start with the coffees. Let's jump in, ladies and gentlemen. Bunch of shilly billies. But yeah, please hit that like button. It helps tremendously. Please, please, please. You have no idea. It helps us so much, and we need that help. Joey Rodriguez. Hey, Coach, wishing you all the best. Like you, I'm trying to continue the words written 2 Timothy 4:7. I sent it to you a few months back. Also, the final line in the book of Eli, in the final pursuit of faith, I came across Romans 10 and felt like you'd help in spreading the words therein, very relevant to today, that not many are familiar with when starting off in faith. May God continue to bless you and Miss Coach and your babies following this epic and very fitting remember that however you are played or by whom your soul is in your keeping alone, even though those who presume to play you be kings or men of power, when you stand before God, you cannot say, but I was told by others to do thus, or that virtue was not convenient at the time. This will not be sufficient. Remember that. Well, I shared that. I feel like you saw that. I shared that on Instagram. I'm always on Instagram sharing stuff by King Baldwin, which is King Baldwin, played by Edward Norton. Edward Norton does a crazy good job of playing King Baldwin in that movie. It is crazy how good he is. P.S. to the viewer who said Shilly Billy the other day, you are a legend. Crisis King indeed. Kingdom of Heaven is what the movie is called. I forgot about that. Thank you so much. Yeah, King Baldwin in that movie. That's where this is from. This is from the movie. He's just like this. And when he does that, he means silence, because he's about to talk. So that's why I wear it, because I want you guys to be quiet. Be quiet while I'm talking. You know, it's kidding. But yeah, thank you so much for that. Let's get into this. This is a video. What do we have here?
Hi, Coach Colin.
Your
It's
neck.
Amy with Marissa's Voice. I was just calling to tell you I love your show. Keep up the great vibe. You're doing wonderful work. You're my favorite. Send me your address so I can give you my daughter's book. I really mean it. I think you would get something from it. I promise you. Thank you. Bye.
What happened? You're not going to tell us what happened? Man, well, I hope you're okay. Yeah, geez. I hope you're all right. I can tell something's going on there. Well, we're praying for you. Hope that you're experiencing superhuman healing that only God could give. And if not, at the very least, the peace that God brings. Amen. Leah Brown or Lee Brown. I am stopping by on my lunch break just to send you extra support and love for all you bring to the world. God is definitely using you for something powerful. And all I can tell you as a middle-aged mom is that if you stay surrendered to him, it's a lot easier than trying to argue with him. Remember, we are refined by fire, not destroyed by it. On another note, I will send way more coffee if you show the baby again. It's getting big. That may have to happen again. I mean, that only happened because it had to happen, because I couldn't have him screaming next to me, you know. Plus, it's hard as like a parent, you know, you can't have your kids screaming, you know, you got to console them. Anyways, yeah, not arguing with God and surrendering. Yeah, definitely. It's way easier that way. Way easier, you know. When you try to force your own will, it's just like, you know, it's like you're trying to help your kid. I always reference it to kids because my kids are helpless right now. And that's what we are to God. And it's like, if I'm trying to do something for my kid and they're trying to do their own thing, I'm like, stop. Okay. You don't know what you're doing. Okay. You don't understand how this works. Okay. You don't know how to tie shoes. You don't know that. Okay. I know how to do that. You just hold on. I will do it. You know? It's rough, you know. It's so much easier when they submit, when they just allow you to help But they don't want to because they feel like they're adults and they feel like it's their turn and they feel like they know best. And that's kind of what we get caught up in all the time as people. Someone said, "Hey, coach, you've been such an encouragement to new creators that I finally acted on an idea that I have been mulling over. Would you please, 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 with sugar on top, take a look at it? It's not a podcast, but it relates to the communities built around them. I sent you a private message from here yesterday with more info, but have no idea if you got it. Regardless, thanks for the last. I look forward to your lives every morning." How you sent a message on there? I didn't even know you could do that. So no, if you sent it on there, I have no clue what you said. I have no clue. I don't even know where that app is. I have no idea how to see that. Yeah, let me know. Let me know. Let me know where you sent it, and I will take a look at it. Why don't you just tell me what it is right here? I would have talked about it, you know? Linda Lake, have you seen Dee Dee got a podcast? Yes. Although I don't believe Charlie's alive. He spoke about some really interesting things that I've never really thought about. Have you made a detailed video on the Masons and their weird rituals and signals? Thank you for always being awesome and creating funny, smart, informative videos. I love your sense of humor. Thank you so much. I appreciate this. And I have not seen, I saw the thumbnail. I think I might have put it in my watch later list. The one of Dee Dee talking about that. But no, I have not watched that video yet. Jesse did. Was Jesse do a 5-part series on it or 4-part series? I don't know. Jesse made like, I think 4 or 5 videos on this topic. And I have to say, I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. I haven't done a detailed video on Masons and stuff like that, but I have a lot of research on it. I'm not buying it. Just not buying it. And this is coming from someone who actually has had the theory for a long time. I'm not going to get into why, but it has to do with Antarctica. And I always used to think to myself, whenever a celebrity would pass, I'd be like, maybe they've just finished their role in the world, you know, in the show of the world, and then they get to go to Antarctica. And this is because there's theories around it being lush and green and incredible, and there being a big, huge crevice that's almost like a hole where it's just the most beautiful you've ever seen. Or there's actually more land, and they get to be where there's more land, and it's beautiful, and it's away from us, and we're like the slave colony that's just encased in something. There's a whole bunch of theories I have. And even still, with all of those theories, I still don't think he's alive. I just don't. You know, yeah. Mike Riley, you said you think the same thing. I would always think that when I see a celebrity pass away, I'd be like, so he's done. I'd be like, because he's young. I'm like, you know, he's young. He's a celebrity. He's probably eating properly, probably taken care of, things of that nature. And I'm like, there's no way that he's just gone. I'm like, something's going on there. I'd be like, something's going on there. And I'd be like, he's just, you know, I'd just be like, they just let him go. They just let him go to do the next thing, you know, in that world. So, and it has to do with like Hollow Earth and stuff like that. And it's just like, it's a lot. But no, I don't think he's alive. I'm not buying it. There's no videos that are going to make me buy it. But people have fun. Listen. I say it all the time, and it's no insult to anybody. We gotta make videos. We have to make videos. Don't let people fool you. They're not making videos just because they're like, an ideas come to my head that I must make into a video. No, we have to make them. And we can't stop. So sometimes we go down some rabbit holes and we're like, let's make it into a video. Don't let anybody fool you. You have to make the videos, you know? So, like, oh, he just made this for truth and justice. You sure he's not just trying to make a video? I'm a creator, so I can tell you. If you pointed me at like 20 different videos, if you showed me 20 different videos, I'd be like, this guy's just making a video. There's some people who are making videos and it's like, whoa, this guy has. There's some people it's like, you're just making a thing. Like you got to pump out 4 a day and you just made a thing. That's all you did. I could tell you who. If you showed me the 20 videos, I could point them out. You can just tell, you know, especially like whatever. I won't get into it, but so yeah, for the laughs, you know, was Charlie a 32-degree Mason? I don't know. It's weird. Most of the Masons I've ever seen in my life, they've all been very open about it. I don't know many that are super secret about it, especially at that. I don't know. He could have been. Sometimes you can do it really quick in life, and sometimes it takes a long time. There's a lot of studying that it takes. So sometimes you can do it super fast if you're really zoned in on it. And other times it takes people until they're like 60 years old, maybe longer. Right? So hard to tell who's what. I met a 32-degree guy, and he's probably mid 40s. So he went through it pretty fast, like 20 years. So, coffee to get you through dealing with the Turning Point USA delusional shills. Oh man, thank you so much. We do appreciate that, Rose. Maria, coach, didn't think it would have to be me, but I'll rise to the occasion to ask you if you think Victor Marx sounds like Dr. Brule from the skits on Adult Swim. Uncanny. I can't not hear it every time he speaks. Appreciate you, coach. Much love from Toronto. Thanks to Ian Carroll for helping me find you. I don't know who Dr. Brule is. I don't know who that is. So maybe, I don't know. I'd have to hear the voice. But if you're hearing it, I mean, that's a pretty distinct voice. I mean, this Dr. Brule or whatever you're talking about, I doubt that Victor Marx sounds like, hey, well, I just called Erica to let her know that your kids are going to be fine. And there's just no reason for you to be worried. If Victor Marx sounds like that, I doubt this Brule character that you're thinking of is like, hey, hi, I'm Dr. Brule. And you're like, wow, that sounds like Victor Marx. You're probably on point. You know? That's all I'm saying. You probably know what you're talking about. You can run background checks to look at property records, like court files, property deeds, social media yourself. Do not need permission from the person to view open public records. Cannot use public data to stalk, harass, or break privacy laws. Seems like you got him if you want some DOD money. Can't stand these people. It's insane. They really need Jesus. I'm sick of these snowflakes. You can't say anything without offending anyone. Okay, jeez, you're just throwing all the words out there. You're throwing them all out there. Here, let me scroll back up to the top of what you said, though. Yes, but I know what you mean. The words. People don't like the words being used anymore. This guy threw them all out there. So you can run background checks to look at public records like court files, property deeds, or social media yourself. Do not need permission from the person to view open public records. Okay. Cannot use public data to stalk, harass, or break privacy laws. Interesting. Okay. Luckily, I saved that spaces just in case. We screenshotted and saved everything just in case. So we'll see. Okay, those losers with their widow narrative are annoying me big time. Please, someone flood X, Instagram, TikTok, whatever platform with this passage, Timothy chapter 5, verse 9 to 15. Okay. Whoa, all right, let's do it. Yeah, if it's from the Bible, I can't throw it into the AI thing to read. I got to read it myself. Let a widow be enrolled if she is not less than 60 years of age, having been the wife of one husband, and she must be well attested for her good deeds as one who has brought up children, shown hospitality, washed the feet of the saints, relieved the afflicted, and devoted herself to doing good in every way, but refused to enroll younger widows, for they grow wanton against Christ. They desire to marry, and they incur condemnation for having violated their first pledge. Besides that, they learn to be idlers, gadding about from house to house, and not only idlers, but gossips and busybodies, saying what they should not. So I would have younger widows marry, bear children, rule their households, and give the enemy no occasion to revile us. For some already have strayed after Satan. Whoa. Interesting. Well, no, this is talking about Erica, but yeah, you could apply that to Rachel, I guess. But she's not a widow. You know, she wasn't widowed. She just left the guys. I'm sure a guy left her, she left the guy, et cetera, et cetera. That's wild. That's wild. I didn't know that. The reason that they're showing this is because they always say that thing about widows and you can't attack the widow and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, that's interesting. That's very interesting. I have never seen that before. Huh. Okay. Coach, thanks for being so transparent. Love your show. Okay. All right. Thank you guys so much. That's crazy. I have never seen that. Coach Hughes fan, I have a guess on who the debate moderator of Andrew versus Smoke Boy could be. Judge Joe Brown. He also lives in Tennessee. Who do you think it'll be? Judge Joe Brown. Judge Joe Brown went wild a few years back. He's turned into, he's in old man mode. Old man mode where you just say whatever you want. That's where Judge Brown. I don't think it's going to be Judge Joe Brown at all. Or no, that was Judge Mathis. Judge Joe Brown went wild too. Both of them did. Judge Mathis and Judge Joe Brown. Gone off the deep end. They're in old man mode. They're in grandpa mode. They're in, They're in Archie Bunker mode. They're like, I'm going to say what I want when I want. Yeah. I don't know if they're going to be moderators. I don't know who it could be. I think whoever it's going to be is going to be a disappointment. I don't think it's going to, unless it's Ian, but it's not going to be, I don't think it's going to be Tim Dillon. That wouldn't make any sense. Maybe it would. I don't know. But this is Andrew's pick. You got to remember that, right? I don't know if Andrew would pick Tim Dillon or any of these people. I don't know. So I've no clue who Andrew thinks is a good person for that type of thing. But I think whoever it's going to be is going to be a disappointment. Michael Knowles is a disappointment. Who the heck wants Michael Knowles doing that thing? I didn't want that. I think that's ridiculous. Yeah. I think there should be no moderator. That'd be the best thing. Can you imagine it's Charlie Kirk? Jesse would have a heart attack. Jesse be on the floor. Good morning. Have a blessed day. I think you're saying Christ is king. What are you saying? Christ is still? Christ is still? Candace is sick? What are you saying? Christ is saint? What's CIS? Myron would be a huge disappointment. Myron would be a gigantic disappointment because he's a snake in the grass. When it comes to Candace, complete snake in the grass. The case is so fishy. Schrodinger's cat came out of the box to watch the debate with me on Friday. Yeah, me too. I can't wait. I'll be right there with the cat. Let's do it. I can't wait. Harpole, because I'm on time and it's Giovanni. Hi, Mrs. Coach. What's going on, Giovanni? Hey, we're gonna go ahead and call you Jessica. Huh? How about a nice normal American name? We're gonna call you Jessica. Set you up for some mints. How's that sound? Yeah. Brian Harpole. Thank you for being you. Love, Maria. Thank you so much, Maria. Thank you so much. I do appreciate that. That's always a very nice compliment. Nick Fury just pouring the sparkles on. Just turning me into a regular Erica Kirk, just pouring sparkles everywhere. Tim Pool announced he's going to moderate the debate. No, he didn't. Don't believe anything Tim says. I'm telling you, he's a very weird guy. You know, not cool weird. He's a very weird dude. Like, a lot of these guys are nerds. You know what I mean? A lot of them are nerds. A lot of them are geeks, you know? Someone said, dude, I bet you it's Rogan. I don't know. It could be Rogan. Rogan would be smart. It would be smart. You know, he wouldn't have to give him the money. He'd be like, I don't care about the money, whatever. He's like, I'm going to make $50,000 anyway from this episode. You'd make way more. So he wouldn't care for the money. He has shown himself to be impartial, which I'm saying, as I'm saying it, I'm like, no, Colin, he's not impartial. For his performance with Andrew Wilson, I don't think he's that impartial. I think he did that for a reason. I think he has a thing where he says, you know, I let people lie to me. He actually did say this. I let people lie to me, and then I watch the internet just do what the internet does, which is point out all the lies that they told. And it's like, okay, but also, like, you're a man and there's a person in front of you, so you probably shouldn't just let them lie to you, right? It's one thing if they think a thing and you push back and they're like, no, I really think this. It's another thing if you're just blatantly letting them lie to you. And he said that in reference to Kash Patel, where he knew that the guy was BSing him, but didn't say anything about it. It's like, okay, well, not everybody is going to catch the lies. There's millions of people who saw that, who thought he was telling the truth. Now they know better, but I mean, it's just, I don't know. It's a weird thing. It's a weird thing to do, to just be like, well, the internet's going to handle this. It's like, bro, it's your show. What are you talking about? What? But hey, man, hey, he's the guy. He's the guy. So what can I say? Maybe off topic. Thank you about Rob McCoy saying he was at the hospital to notice Turek in scrubs. How did he get there so fast? Yeah, there's that too. They're still in scrubs hours later. That is weird. Good observation there, Susanna Diana. Thank you so much. Yeah. How did he get there so fast? How did all of them get there? It's just, the whole thing is wild. Destroyer Deborah posted a pic of Barron's daughter and tried to shame her. She was in the 92, MIA now. Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah, Barron was pissed about that, as he should be. So weird. See what I mean? Like, that's the type of stuff they're doing, and they're just like, it's just the Tate brothers. That's the reason I was there. It's like, it's called protecting Erica Kirk. What are you talking about? Get your head out of here, you know? Hit the like and subscribe. My mind is blown. Thank you so much. Please do what they just said. Hit that like button, ladies and gentlemen. It helps the channel tremendous. Also, watching the episode helps as well, you know. Is this Janine Johnson? Became a member. What's up? 33D chess. Darkness can't hide in the light. Keep shining, coach. Can we get a background check on Orsini? Books brought a formation. Internet brings the apocalypse. Background check on Orsini? Who's Orsini? Orsini? Who's Orsini? I don't know who that is. And no, I can't do a background check. Asked FB background check advertising sites if background checks are legal. Are legal. Ask Facebook background check advertising sites if background checks are legal. I don't know. I have no idea what you're saying there. I guess you're saying there's sites like that. Coach, are Kandahar Giants related to Sasquatch? No, they're completely different. Sasquatch is a very, very loving, pure-hearted creature, right? That likes solitude. The Kandahar Giants are absolutely destructive. They eat human beings if they find them, if they can get a hold of them. It's wild. It's different, very different. Background checks. People finders are several. There are several different ones. They get data from places that sell your information, shopping, signups, sign up for things, banking. I got delete me to get me off of these. Smart. I've heard of those sites. There's been creators I listen to that advertise those sites. Love you, coach. Their gaslighting is so obvious to anyone with a functional brain, and Gary is one evil man to be able to ringlead the whole thing. Well, that's what they're taught to do. Some guys take their skills that they learn in the military and they use it for good. They use it to train citizens in the same way that they were trained, in hopes that it just makes a stronger society. And some of them just do what Gary's doing. Never left the 90s. Good times. Running wild. Tammy Lee, thank you very much. Never left the 90s. I know what you mean. The Charlie Kirk offing has at least shown who is two-faced. Yeah, you got that right. Three-faced, four-faced, evil-faced, Satan-faced, all sorts. Is St. Michael's Lent today on Hallow? It is. It's in like 6 hours. It begins in 6 hours. I'm pretty sure. St. Michael's Lent should begin in about 6 hours. I'm pretty sure. 9 hours. 9 hours. Or 7, I don't know. But it's today. Tonight. How did I know that? Not because of the architecture. Don't let them tell you anything different. Harp earthquake in Colombia. Comment. Oh yeah, that earthquake would look crazy. I saw just a little bit of it. I was like, whoa. I saw people running out of some structure, and then some piece of the structure fell. I was like, whoa, that is nuts. Fell just as they were running down the steps. Like if they were 5 seconds later, they would have gotten crushed. It was crazy. Nuts. Absolutely nuts. But yeah, it's wild. I don't know. Did they do anything? Like if you're thinking it's like, did it happen because of something? You have to see, what did they do? Right? Like Spain was like, hey, we don't like what you're doing in Gaza. And then all of a sudden Spain got hit with they got hit the way they got hit. Did Colombia say anything like that? You got to look into what they said. What have they been talking about recently? What have they been standing up against? So someone said like an action movie. Yeah, it was nuts. Let's keep going here. Just look for an inversion and you'll find evil. That's pretty simple. It's true. Anytime you see the inversion of things, it's very true. Your prayer yesterday really touched my heart. I have a hard time forgiving. You should end this episode with a prayer. I know I would appreciate it. Stay strong, Coach Collins. Spell my name wrong. It's all good. It's okay. It's completely fine. No S at the end. It's okay. Grace is king indeed. I don't know if I'll end it with one, but I mean, I don't know. Yeah, and it touched my heart as well. I felt a weird thing in my chest for it was like almost like a sharp. Yeah, it was a weird thing I felt when I was doing that prayer, because I was inspired by Barron because I didn't really want to do it, but I was like, that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to do that for those people. You're supposed to pray for people who hate you. And like I said, when he's looking into all these people, he's really just looking for parts of himself that he lost through his military service, because what those guys go through is pretty crazy, especially if they're in combat, even if they're not in combat. I mean, especially, of course, when they're in combat, they lose part of themselves. So him looking into all of this and also being like, well, there's an enemy afoot and let's get together. And he's like in a platoon with a bunch of people and he's kind of feeling that same thing. That's a real thing. Like a lot of people, like you ever look into a book called by Sebastian Hunger. I forget what it's called, but he has a book about war and he discusses it with Joe Rogan. And he discusses the mentality of guys that go into combat and how they come back and they feel scared because when you're and they actually, a lot of them go back, and that's why they do multiple tours, because when they are with their fellow Green Berets or whatever, they feel this brotherhood, and they know that everybody has been taught to die for each other. Everybody has been taught to be strong with each other. And when they go into civilian life, they don't really know who's on that level with them, right? Because that's not the civilian code that, if something happens, we all got each other's back. That's not how it always works with civilians. So it creates this weird anxiety with them. So it's interesting that this guy is in this tactical company. And I said it before, why not just continue running that company? That's a 7-figure company. Why are you engaging in this attack? Because he feels like there has to be an enemy. He feels like he has to get together with a bunch of people. He feels like there has to be this brotherhood and community. It's because there's a part of him that's been lost. He can't go back to civilian life properly. So he still engages in what he's used to. Right? Anyway. Mike Riley's just deleting all the Tim Pool comments. That's funny. Here. Why my mouse being like that? Why is 4.6K watching, only 1,200 likes? Yeah, like. Please, guys, hit the like button. It just helps tremendously. It's a great time to do it. Hey, bro, here in 1992 with you. All right, sick. That's what I mean, man. Be in the 90s already. Hey, coach, allegedly, since he owns firearms, a sale company, he has access to a PIC system to run background checks on people who purchase firearms. So you can FOIA his checks with the state. And that's why he's reaching out to people to do it for him. Because why, if you could do it yourself, then why reach out to that girl that's in that group? Because she'll do it and it won't trace back to you unless she leaks the DM. Interesting. We'll have to talk about that. FOIA. Let's say BG checks. Wow. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Okay. I might have someone that can do that for me. Can you speak about James Carr? He real? What do you mean? I don't know who that is. Who's James Carr? I have no idea. Who's James Carr? Is he real? I'll tell you who's not real. Jake Lane. Jake Lane's definitely not real. Yeah. Anyway, let me see here. James Carr. Who the hell is James Carr? I have no idea who James Carr is. Maybe I'll know him as soon as I see his face. I see Jimmy Carr. I don't see any James Carr. James Carr? I have no idea who you're talking about. I see a black guy who seems like an old school singer or something, and then I see Jimmy Carr, the weird-faced comedian. That's it. That's all I see. I have no idea who he is. But yeah. Is he real? I don't know. Have you seen him? When you FOIA, be sure to mention that he ran a background check on you. This will cause the state police to audit all his checks. Good luck. Christ is King. Interesting. Very, very interesting. She looks like a villain in a comic book. Yeah, I don't know who you're talking. Oh, you think you're talking about one of those people? Yeah, I know who you're. I already closed the tab. I was gonna open the tab. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. That girl that's in the thing with the makeup, and then all of a sudden didn't have the makeup on. Yeah, she does. She looked interesting. I don't know. The Candace Owens group chats aren't worried about, God forbid, something happens or / almost happens to Candace, they would or should be the first people investigated. That doesn't concern them to be involved in these chats. Of course not, because they didn't think anything like this would happen. And again, this I can't possibly think that these people are doing this for free. Maybe there's one or two, maybe there's just a couple, maybe, but I just could not fathom it. I couldn't fathom it. You know, someone said Brandy. No, they're talking about the Natalie girl because it was sent at like 10 a.m. or something like that, 11 a.m. Yeah, no, that again, that's what would make you do this kind of thing and do it so voraciously if there was money involved. It's crazy to think there's no money involved. Natalie Denise is against Candace Owens for the Tate brothers. Why doesn't she have the same convictions where Erica Kirk is concerned with the Romanian angels? Hypocrisy in action. Oh, it's because she's lying. That's why. It's because she's lying. 1,000,000% she's lying. How do you join an Erica? How do you join a Protect Erica Kirk group when you're concerned about the Tate brothers? I mean, come on. Did you cover the Valhalla show on Andrew Wilson? I don't know. I've seen it. Is it the Valhalla? Is it American Thor? I think he has 2 channels. I'm not sure. I know I didn't, but I want to, because I think his comedy is great. I think Valhalla has some great comedy, man. I know people have this and that to say about him. I think he's a funny dude. A real funny dude. We already read that one. I'm right-handed and pocket my phone on the left. So you're like this. You have this, and then you go like this. Because this is my left hand, because I'm left-handed. So you have your phone like this, and you go like this. You're a liar. Yeah. Here, this is my left hand to my right side. Nope, you're a liar. That's nice. Anyway, thanks so much for letting us know that you're absolutely making that up. And everybody right now, you have a thing, just try it. You're making things up. Nice try. Nice try. Okay. Get out of here. Get out of here. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? This guy's putting on a seatbelt every time he puts his phone away. Get out of here. Out of your mind. I don't understand why protect Lance. Screw him. Just admit it was him working with others and not Tyler, and boom, end of conspiracy. Use your brain. Well, I mean, you know, why protect Lance? Again, that is the question everybody's asking, right? I think they're protecting Lance because he may have had something to do with it, or he just had some prior knowledge, more prior knowledge than he's leading on. And he needed some kind of immunity to say what he was saying. Like, no matter how you slice it, the immunity that he's being given is because he knows or has done something. They don't do it for no reason, right? And then you're saying, screw him, just admit it was him working with others and not Tyler, and boom, end of conspiracy. I mean, like, that's not how it works. You know, it's just not how it works at all. I think your brain's just trying to like put it away in a drawer somewhere quickly, and it doesn't work like that. You know, it was me working with other people. Okay, you're going to jail. No, he needs complete immunity in order to do that. He doesn't have complete immunity right now. So he needs complete immunity to just turn and say, okay, it was us. We all did this, and this is what happened. That's what he would need to do. That's what he would need to do right now. So, and then you have to think about the others. Who are the others? If the others are connected to anything that is if it's anything other than just guys who just wanted to do it, if it's anything other than that, it becomes, you're saying end of conspiracy? No, it becomes the largest conspiracy. It becomes insanely big. And then if all of a sudden one of those guys is from a different country, well, then all of a sudden Kash Patel's in question. What were those foreign leads that you didn't allow to be investigated? Then it becomes a whole thing. It becomes crazy at that point. Benny Johnson should be the moderator. Candace was close to him in 2023. Now he's feeding the Fed slop. That would be an interesting must-see. Oh, he'd be the worst. He'd be the worst. That would be like when Trump was doing his debate with Biden and he had those MSNBC or like whatever mainstream moderators that there were. It was terrible. They were fact checking him, not fact checking Biden. It'd be terrible for him. That would be rough. And he doesn't like Candace anymore, and I don't think she likes him. Has she ever mentioned Quick Quack? Was it wrong? I have no idea what that is. Has anyone put a who's first broke the news list? Who first broke the news list? Not a list, but people have spoken about, it's almost like a tie between Bibi and Victor Marx, and Victor Marx might have won. And then one thing that people don't talk about is Liberal Hive Mind. Liberal Hive Mind's a creator. And for some reason, he seemed to know before everybody else. And I found that very weird. He's a faceless channel. Nobody knows who he actually is. But I found that to be very weird. Very, very weird. He announced that before I saw anybody else announce it. That's for sure. Especially before any creators. Very, very, very quickly. Yeah. Anyway, let's keep going here. But put together that list. Bibi's going to be on it. Victor Marx is going to be on it for sure. Yeah. Do you think Bustamante cut his hair in order to distinguish his brand identity from Viva? Possibly. People might think he's the same dude. Yeah, that's very possible. Because his hair doesn't look great right now. He needs to do something with that hair. Yeah. Can we get one mama? Mama, they still talking about me on that Coach show, mama. I mean, they done background checks on him. He's still talking, mama. I heard him talking about me the other day. Oh, baby, you can't let that ginger moron be doing things like that for you, baby. But mama, he talking about me. He talking about prolapse. He talking about Benny Johnson, the booty bandit, all sorts. Mama, I got to do something. You knows I do's it for Charlie. I do's it for Charlie, mama. Oh, baby, don't you have enough money yet? No, mama. Oz wants to be a billionaire. I love your Italian sidebar. Please do it more often. There's a lot of Italians around here. Greetings from Croatia. There's a lot of Italians in Croatia. I guess like real Italian. You don't mean American Italians, right? Is there? I guess like, actually Italians, like from Italy Italians. That's wild. I love my sidebars too. Good memories. Candace won't let this dude lay eyes on her kids. Special tunnel going straight to the basement. And a porta potty outside for him. No wandering in the house. Oh my gosh, that would be funny. That would be funny and appropriate. King Baldwin to replace Joe's Shilly Billy pick. I think that might be the one. I think you just hit it on the head. I think you just did it. I think that might be the one. All jokes aside, I think that might be it. King Baldwin. Especially if you know about King Baldwin, what he did. Oh, man. Go easy on Gary. Remember that candy jars giants live to be 1,000. Candy jar giant. Kandahar. And you said candy jar. Okay. All right. Live to be 1,000. So he's essentially a toddler in giant years. I've said this to people. I've said this exact thing to people. A lot of people don't understand it. You're 100% right. That's why I prayed for him. Right? Just like I pray for my kids. That's lots of evidence. Let's get into this. Come on. Where are we at? There we go. What is this? Strong rabbit, no smoke. I'll puff one for you, coach. Oh, that's nice. Thank you very much. You have to, if you're going to do it for me, if you're going to puff one for me, you have to go, and then go, and you have to hold it until no smoke comes out. That's what you have to do. Please and thank you. What's good, Coach? Candace Owens and Baron Coleman went hard on the Fed slop. They're going to need a plaster for that burn. Need a plaster for that burn? How did Charlie Kirk back in 2018 know that Candace Owens would see the finish line? Yeah, it makes you wonder. He knew about his passing as well. I mean, thought about it a lot and didn't like the thought either. That's a whole different thing. You know, it's one thing to have a God complex, like, oh, I know everything. It's another one to like know something and like not like it and not like that it keeps coming to your mind. That's a whole different thing. Susanna Rosanna Diana, it was supposed to be you. Maybe they got them to partake in the conspiracy against Candace. The victim became Charlie Kirk because they couldn't go to the authorities saying they knew, but it was supposed to be It was supposed to be Candace Owens. That's interesting. I've had that thought too. I've had that thought as well, that something was going on and they knew, but maybe not engaged in anything to happen to Candace, but knew that she was supposed to be in that spot. And if they didn't have her in that spot, well, then he was filling that spot and then he had to go. I've thought about that. Phoenix, annoyed, Candace clipped Andrew, not Charlie's prior words. She failed, trapping him on supporting others' kids, calling him a hypocrite. She's pro that, immoral, demonic. Don't use her versus Candace. Don't tell me what to do. And Candace actually did play that part. I didn't want to play that part because I don't care. If you're looking for like, oh man, I want the real goods on Andrew, I want to see where he wins a debate. Wrong channel. Wrong show. You go find that show though and have fun. Okay? So no, I didn't want to play that because I didn't want to have those words played in my show. So that's actually for me. That's me that did that. Candace actually did play that. I heard the whole thing. There is a part where they talk about that whole thing and supporting that and what would happen if she had gotten rid of the kids and blah, blah, blah. I heard that whole part. That doesn't take away from what he was wrong about in that. Like you can say, well, after he said you lick schniz and after he went and smoked and after he got his wife, well, then he presented the question of should she have gotten rid of those kids? And oh, what she said, I don't care about that. That clip just demonstrates how he handles when he's questioned on things that clearly go against what he tells other men should be their moral compass. That's what that clip shows. I'm not looking to play that whole episode of the whatever podcast. You crazy? Jeez, you're nuts. I'm behind, currently dying at the Tism rant. Don't call it the Tism rant. Shh. Can't get me in trouble. Accurate and very true. Love you, Coach. Keep us laughing. Thank you so much. You know, it's just I'm tired of it. Everybody has it now. Everybody. Oh my gosh. Everyone who's smart too. It's like, oh, how convenient. You know? That's like black people who are like, what's that? Is that a butter knife? Oh, well, you know who invented the butter knife, huh? You know it was us. Melanated man invented the butter knife. What's that you got there? Is that a rock? Oh, well, you know who invented rocks. Before they were all big. Then there was one guy, he invented. And it's like, okay, man. Okay. I still remember years ago where people didn't have this conversation. Okay. I remember how things were. Okay. You can present whatever you want now. Just saying. Love the show, Coach. Love the show. Thanks, Coach. Thank you. Thank you. Keep doing what you're doing. You have a great show yourself. You do. You have a great show. I hear people talk about you. They say you're really funny. This is against better judgment right there. I should find one of your clips. Send me one of your clips. That's good. I know you probably feel like all of them are good. Send me one and we'll cover it on the show. I just never think of it. You're not in my algorithm yet. So I need you to send things. Colombia recognized Philadelphian sovereignty over the occupied Golem Heights on Monday. Not sure if it was before or after the earthquake. Oh gosh. So you think it was God? You think it was God? God's like, I know what you did. Oh no. Oh no. He would make an earthquake. That's how he usually does things. He usually goes hard. He usually goes big. He goes big. You go home. Just saying thank you for being you, giving us your time, sharing your faith that you deserve all the good things God gives you. He shows you the door, but it's your faith and courage in him and yourself to step through. Of course. He gives us free will. He very much does. Thank you guys so much. I do appreciate it. Candace will be going live today. Soon we will be seeing 100%. We will be seeing a debate unless something wild happens. I still feel like I still feel like something could happen where it doesn't happen, but for the most part, it seems like it is locked in. Both of them are locked in. Candace is really pushing for it. He's really pushing for it. I have no idea why, but we will be getting to see what is going on. It is Tuesday, so I don't think we'll be seeing Baron today. Baron will be back tomorrow. If you're on X, I'm sure you'll see a thing or two from him, and Daisy as well. Daisy's always pumping out things on X all the time. Baron's become a regular comedian. Baron is live today, or he's live now. No, he's live now. Hold on a second. Let me see something here. Is he live now? No, he's not live now. So why are you saying Baron's live? Why are you saying that? Why are you doing that? Baron's not live right now, but I don't know if he's going to be live tonight. And I don't even know. I don't even know why I'm calling you out. I can't keep track of his schedule. I have no idea. Oh, member show today. Okay, so why are you doing that to everybody else? What about the people that aren't members? Come on, guys. Anyways, I got to get out of here. I got to go be a dad for a little while. I love doing that, so I'm going to go be a dad for a little bit, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Candace is going to be dropping some heat today, and we'll see if I can find out more information about Shill Team 6. Anyways, guys, I'm out of here.